Okay, YouTube is live. Hooray! Hooray! We're back. We should be back. Sorry about the technical difficulties, folks. We had a bit of a problem there with the stream sort of dying, partly because I think I left a browser open and OBS got stroppy about it on my streaming machine, but we've had to restart both streams and we are now running back. We are building a factory tonight, or at least starting a factory build. We're working on a computer factory to build crystal oscillators, circuit boards and computers, and also some AI limiters, but we're not out shipping those. We're just making them as part of the rest of the build. So I do have Satisfactory Modeler where I have what we are planning to build, and there's going to use a number of blueprints, and basically we're making like a component per blueprint. So just a second. So this is the first blueprint we're making, which is basically making circuit boards out of raw materials. So we're going to get some already processed copper in, we're going to get some raw quartz and some raw limestone, and we're going to be making circuit boards out. So we can spam this blueprint as many times as we want to scale up to make however many circuit boards we want. That's step one. No cursors, no noise, stream is catching up. Yes, stream is good. So I was going to start by using another blueprint, but I'm actually going to pare it down. We're using the Mark II blueprint maker, which all our old factories, or most of our old factories that are similar, were on a Mark I. So I'm going to use some of the basic blueprints we have here. So we have a blueprint here for a vertical stack of 3 constructors. So this is kind of the center platform here. Now I don't know how to space this exactly. I've not built something like this on this blueprint maker before, so this is a bit of a learning process for me. We need 6 constructors, or effectively 5.5, so I'm going to build these back to back. That's a lot of room. Do you want that much room? Nope, actually the other one is in. It's in like this. So now we can have some logistics under here to bring in the copper, and then we will have vertical splitters and mergers, so a splitter here and mergers on the side, all to make the copper sheets. So let's just make these copper sheets. Now I do need some alternate recipes, and I haven't necessarily unlocked them all, or at least I've got them, I just haven't picked them up from the MAM. So we will encounter that when we get to it. I'm pretty sure I've got all the ones I need, otherwise I might be a bit stuffed. This one. So this is not the most practical layout, but it's a cool layout, so we're going with it. Okay, now before we get too far ahead, we need to fit in 3 assemblers, and I might actually put them this way across. Cool, indeed. Now, did I have any assembler blueprints? I don't think I have yet. No, I haven't. So we haven't really styled up an assembler one, we've just chucked it on other blueprints. So let's just position them. We could actually make this quite compact in that we could have just the 2 assemblers and then like vertically stack 2 of the assemblers, because we might have enough room with 3 constructors in height. We would have enough height for 2 assemblers. So this one will be the silicon, I think it was. And I'm battling with stick drift here. And then if we have this one this way, but we have 2 of them, so that's kind of centered on that. I'm just going to chuck that randomly up there. Maybe I need to go a bit higher. Now let's compare the top heights here. Okay, so I could have come up higher with this and still had plenty of room. So I'm actually going to rebuild that. Can I snap it to the top? Oh, I can. I don't think that's snapping properly though. So that's on top there, so we can come right up high to that height, and it's still a little lower than this, but I think that's still a good height. And then this one, because these are kind of 4 off the ground, I think. It's lined up that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this one. It's really not space efficient. So these pillars, I think I'll bring them in a bit so they're kind of lined up there. It's amazing how having just that extra square in the blueprint maker feels so much roomier. So the 4x4 blueprint maker, you could make pretty good little factories in it, but it felt a bit cramped. Whereas here, I think I'm kind of building the same, you know, quantity of machines, but I'm spreading them out more. Okay, so this was circuit boards. That is not the right recipe. And this, I think, was silicon, which I don't think we've got the recipe for. So let me just check the plan. Whoa, no, 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 no! What the? I think my controllers went a little burko there. Do I have a mouse? I don't have a mouse. How do I move them around? I think that's doing it slowly. Wow, this is not good. It's not the easiest to use tool, this one. How do I move them back? Because I don't have a mouse on that computer. That's not very useful. How do I B-drag? I don't know how to do it. Ah, okay, that zooms in and out. It's super tiny. I think that's actually scroll up and down. I can't do it. Oh well, I'm just gonna have to go recipe hunting. Man, we're breaking all the records for technical problems tonight. Because I don't actually have a keyboard and mouse connected to that computer. I only have my VR controllers connected. So it's a little bit tricky. So, circuit boards. This is one recipe. This is not the one. This is another circuit board recipe. This is not the one. This is the one. So we're using copper sheets and silica to make silicon circuit boards. So this is the recipe we want. Am I on the right stream? Yes, I am on the right stream. And the other one we wanted was the silica. Cheap silica? Yes, this was the one, because we were taking quartz and mixing limestone to make silica cheap. So those are two we need now. There are other ones we need, but those will do for now. Ah, fell down. So now we want the silicon circuit board here.
JP Viper 56,049,186 alt just followed you. Thanks
JP
for the follow,
Viper.
JP Viper 56,049,186 alt, and welcome to the channel.
Thank you for the follow. And this one is cheap silica, which is our quartz and limestone. Now, we didn't have to do this. We could have just done it with quartz, but we actually have a pure limestone node near where we're going. So it made sense to use this recipe. And there are pure and efficient recipes, but sometimes it's best to just go with the recipe that makes sense in the place that you're building. And that concrete pole is completely in the wrong place. Okay, so we now have copper that needs to be fed into all of these. And we are going to do a vertical splitter. Now, these are a bit fiddly to put in manually, especially when you have stick drift. Stop stick drifting, thank you. You kind of need to place a lift first. And please stop drifting. You need to kind of go beyond the scale that you want it to be at. And then you hope the alignment is right, because the vertical alignment could be out wrong in this. Well, I think this is really cool. What's your best tip for good automation in the smallest area possible? Smallest area possible, I think. Alternate recipes can save you a lot of space. So we're using alternate recipes here not because they're the most efficient, but because they are more power efficient, or sometimes space efficient. Now there's lots of planner tools online, but not many of them, if any, will give you an optimization or that says this is automatically optimized for space. You can certainly build a very compact using clipping if you're not averse to clipping. I personally try and avoid clipping. I think I try to keep my stuff sort of mechanically possible, or mechanically plausible at least. Okay. So things like if you've got, I mean, this is not the best example because I'm actually spacing this out a lot, but if your conveyor is here like this, you could actually bring this conveyor up and have it come back over the top of the constructor here. So instead of having all your yes, that's just exactly, this is what I'm doing here, is I'm building vertically, and I'm building this blueprint so not only is it using vertical space, but the idea is I can stack these blueprints on top of each other. So over there I've got my steel factory, and you can kind of see that blockiness in the area there. That there is generating 20 motors per minute, and I've basically got a single motor blueprint, which I can show you here. So this is a blueprint that enclosed makes motors, and I've stacked 2 of these on top of each other, and I've fed the resources in vertically. So if I want 40 motors per minute, I just need to stack another 2 on top of each other. That way you're not taking up more sort of ground space, you're just building up vertically. And I've always liked building vertically, even when I was a noob. I looked at some tips videos, and some of them were like, hey, you can build vertically. And even Ada says really early on, you know, you should think about building vertically for efficiency. And whenever I play, one of the first things I unlock in the Awesome Shop is the floor hole or conveyors to allow you to go between floors. Now, if I delete that, I should be able to reattach it, although that might be a reasonable entry point. Did I even get it the right way around? This is a good question. Wow, okay, 50-50 chance and I got it the right way around. The resources are actually feeding in at the bottom. So yeah, that would have been bad if it didn't. I would have had to redo the whole thing. Now, vertical splitters and mergers are a real pain to stack onto. So I cannot put a lift directly. Okay, prove me a liar. Oh, that's right. You can't do a lift directly from a vertical splitter to a vertical splitter. You have to have at least one as an anchor point. I think they're a bit buggy. Okay, they're quite a lot buggy. And another thing you can do for a compact build is, if I just say, let's have an example here. If I've got a splitter here, if I connect a lift on here, this is using a whole pile of room here that is not really needed. So if you can bring a connect point from the other direction, so let's say I have this here, and my nudge is really finicky because my controller is not working great tonight. Let's say I have a conveyor of resources coming in here. If I attach this lift to there, I've gone the wrong way because it's a splitter. I think it was a merger. If you start attaching it at that point, you can snap it in at the bottom here, and it's super compact. So depending on where you start the lift from, you know, the other one was out here somewhere. So this is, and you can even go more compact with this. You could have it pretty much inside the machine if you wanted to, which stylistically you may or may not like. So there's some tricks there with the order that you build things in, and building supports first. So I could build this lift sort of super close and then put the splitters and mergers on there to be quite compact. But here I am taking more room to make it look a little more spacious. And now this one, we need the arrow down the bottom, so I actually need to reverse the direction. Although, is this all going to there? Okay, copper sheets are going in here. Okay, so I could have the copper go up and then have the copper feed down from above. That would be cool. No problem. If you look on YouTube, there are lots of hints and tips videos from various Satisfactory YouTubers from over the years. When I first started years ago was a YouTuber called Total Eclipse, and he used to make, well, he still does, he makes really good guides that will show you lots of tips and tricks to building efficiently. So if I go like this, and I can have the output come around and down in there. And the alignment gods are with us. It's actually lining up properly tonight. One problem with the vertical build is when you're this early in the game and you don't have a hover pack, it can be not so easy to get some of these angles. Ah, that one's not lined up. Yeah, with the stumpy lifts, the floor holes also really help with that too. Let me just quickly show you. Let's say you've got a... Actually, why don't I just copy one of those constructors? You build it on foundations over here. If you use the hole here, so a default conveyor spot is out here, but you can put this hole right in snugly up against it like that. So you could put two holes and put them in right snug like that, and then when you put your lifts on, they are a lot more snug within the machine, and you can do it with splitters, like you can see this, sorry, with this splitter and merger here. So this conveyor is in here. So this is another reason I love the holes, is because the holes really let you easily position where you put things. And the other thing that's good about this is if you have your logistics underneath, normally if you're doing a manifold, you have your splitters along here. I just spilled my drink. Azurine, can I have some help, please? No, it's my coffee! Spilled my coffee, folks. What I get for flailing too much. With this vertically, you can put your... It's making a coffee stain in the studio. Yeah, my son just said I'm making a coffee stain in the studio. You can put your splitters and mergers under the floor, under the machine, so your total width of your everything together is only this wide rather than being this wide. Did I drown a keyboard? I need to see. I can't see. I'm in VR.
You are perfectly fine. The floor is not.
The floor is not. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes break to help Azurine clean up my coffee.
It's a mess.
I am a mess. Okay. I'm also going to run an ad break because why not while we're here. Thanks for watching. I'll be back after I wipe the coffee off my feet.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we're back. Oh. Is that the third stuff up this stream, I think? First it was YouTube and Twitch dropping and I had to restart the whole stream. Second was my controller going Burko and zooming out massively on the planner, so I can't access the planner anymore. And then I spilled coffee all over my feet. 3 out of the way. It's going to be smooth from here, right? Unfortunately, spilling coffee on my feet does not count as a hydration break. Right, let's get back to the build. Oh, I'm missing my headphones.
Realmavris has submitted a
just get my
request for
headphones
you
back
to
on.
hydrate.
So I can actually hear things. Ah. Gotta remember to breathe. That's better, I can hear things now. Redeemed to hydrate. Yeah, okay, maybe I should actually drink some water. And this time I've moved back from the table and I've lowered the table. So drinks are nowhere near in flailing range down. Okay. Did you want me to knock some water over? Okay. Hands are working, controls are working. Now, we are making, what are we making? Circuit boards? circuit boards with vertical blueprint factories. Build 5 or 6 keyboards. My keyboard is safe.
Legalogen just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Legalogen, and welcome to the
Legalogen,
channel.
thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I promise I don't spill drinks and knock things over every stream, so enjoy your entertainment while I'm clumsy tonight. You swear you already followed? Well, thank you for the refollow then. Okay, that's lined up, and the output is the right direction. We actually want the height to match here, so this is going to be kind of eyeballing it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to rebuild it, which will be annoying. Maybe I should check and make sure those are lined up first. We are going to need a merger. And we're going to be merging in down there. But we're actually going to be merging from all the way up here. I kind of need a vertical merger here going the other way around. This is a little complicated. So it's lined up there. But actually the other way around. And then up like that. Could be some stains on it, but it's survived everything else built on it so far. Yes, so this one will let us put a conveyor in from either side, but I'm kind of eyeballing whether it's on the level or not. It looks pretty level. So it's pretty level too. I'm wondering if I should have moved it in further. I think I should have. I think I probably wanted it in at least another meter, maybe another 2. 1 meter, just 1 meter in. Okay, so lined up with these lines there is where I want it. I wonder if I rotate it around that way, if it'll remember that. What is this blueprint for? This blueprint is for making silicon circuit boards. So we've got 2 of these. I can't remember if we've got 100% or not, and I sabotaged my plans, so I can't look at the exact ratios. But the idea here is we have a whole pile of constructors over there making the copper sheets, and we have an assembler over there that is making the silica. Maybe it was 2 of silica to 1 of... Okay, that's 52. And that's 27. Okay, so it was 1 of those to 2 of these, approximately. So yes. Love that old recipe. Yeah, my 2 main playthroughs I did Caterium computers and Caterium circuit boards, because I had a ton of Caterium in the area. But this time we're going all silicon, and it's actually a really nice set of recipes. And quite space effective too. Okay, that should be spaced a bit better, hopefully. That lift did turn around. It did not remember which way I wanted it to go, but I'm not going to argue with it. Kind of guessing if that's lined up or not up there. The arrows overlapped, so it looked good. Yay, it's level. We can delete this bit off the bottom. Is quartz with limestone better than the pure one? I am not. I'm avoiding refineries in this build. As I said right at the start, probably before the crash, actually, before my stream crashed. I could use a bunch of pure recipes, like pure silica, pure steamed copper sheets, and pure copper, but it would make the power bill go up a lot, and it would also involve refineries, and refineries are huge and annoying, and refineries are terrible for stacking vertically, and I wanted to build something that I could stack vertically. So while this isn't quite as resource efficient, it is more power efficient and space efficient and sanity efficient. So I don't have to deal with refineries. So this one, I think I needed like 1.05 assemblers. And for symmetry, it might just be easier to make 2 assemblers rather than overclocking it. Okay. Now I remember number-wise we needed 5.5 constructors. So if we put this on 50%, so 5.5 would be the 5 would be 50, 5.5 would be 55. Which is 27.5 times 2. Yes, that's correct. Individ, good evening, how are you? Or good morning, or good night, wherever you are. Yeah, I'm really trying to avoid slabs and slabs and slabs of refineries. I'm trying to have machines a bit spaced apart and let them breathe a bit more and not hit the machine next to them. And with refineries, that would just blow up the space entirely. So I have some refineries in my plastics factory, but other than that, I am trying to minimize it. We're also attempting to do a no fuel power build. So we're just using coal power at the moment, and we're attempting to get all the way to nuclear without using any fuel power. Which, so far, it's going okay. I might just need to rush out and make another coal power station every now and again. But building with no refineries actually helps that cause, because refineries are a bit of a power suck. So if I build with less refineries, I need less power. And again, part of the reasons I'm using this silica recipe is there just happens to be a decent limestone in the same area that I'm building this factory. So it was easy enough to just say, well, let's use some limestone and make the silica a bit more efficient. Yeah, Mark 6 and synthetic shards, you'll be very power efficient but space efficient. You'll be very power inefficient. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Are you summer slooping lots of things as well? That always does the power a number. Hopefully by then I will have nuclear with enough headroom. Although nuclear doesn't scale as well as, like, rocket fuel is just easy mode for power. Okay, so this we are wanting to... how are we going to do this? I think if we feed it up and across here, that way we can keep this bottom bit clear as a walkway. That would actually be really nice. So that is correct orientation. So this actually needs to come up above. And it needs to be here. That way we can feed all the materials in here and then we can split it into the two spots there. Notice the oil-based fuels are so much better than nuclear. They are so much better and they're so much simpler. And like I've played this game many times. I have thousands of hours and I have never built a nuclear plant because it just wasn't needed. Okay, so now this needs to be reversed. So we're going out the top. And if we rotate that around here, that's lined up there. We need a merger. That's quite neat. And it keeps us a walkway through down the bottom here. Running on 250 gigawatts of rocket fuel, nice. There's not really a lot of point bothering with nuclear at that point. Actually quite like this layout. I mean, we have copper coming in here, so there is stuff feeding in from the bottom, but all the logistics other than the feed-ins are in the air. Here we have the input of the limestone and the quartz, so let's have a splitter. Actually, now let's put the lift in first because we're going vertical again. And we are coming in from the bottom, and let's actually rotate it this way so it can feed in from there. It's not showing me the alignment arrows if I'm facing it away. Hope that's aligned. Okay, what have I done here? That's an input. Okay, just an angle. Slipping some elevator parts to get them done faster. At a big enough scale to not need them. Yeah. More into SAM stuff since that is very scarce. Yes, Summer Sleeping SAM constructors is awesome. Okay, so the angle of the lift seems to keep the angle of the initial placement rather than any angle you switch it to later on. So as long as you've got it facing the way you want it to begin with, it should remember that. Moved! That's not a very good angle to see what I'm doing at. And then we need to merge the outputs. So the merged outputs, ooh, do I want to send them up? Kind of like this going up thing. Although, if I'm transporting materials between buildings, do I want to do it at ground level or higher level? I suppose if I did it at higher level, I could have a stream coming out from each tier if I'm building multiple tiers. Or I could just run them down the side of the building as an output. So I'm going to go up. This one, we want to keep the top. We might want to keep the top. So let's aim for a decent height. You can't lock vertical splitters and mergers, which is really annoying. I don't need to nudge them, but it'd be nice to lock them so I can check their position is right before building. Being able to nudge them up and down would be even better. Also know there are 3 nodes in a valley around here, limestone everywhere, copper more in the grassy fields. I am indeed building this in the Titan Forest. Yes, so if I show you the map. So we've got a train station up here, which is where we're building our factory. And drag is not working tonight. So yes, there's lots of pure copper nodes in here, and there's a pure aluminium node here. There's several decent, I think there's 1 pure and 2 normal, or it might be 2 pure crystal nodes. And down in the cave here is some caterium, which we need for AI limiters. So sort of this zone here is where we're going to be building this factory. Okay, so we don't need that because this is an output. The raw resources come in the 3 lifts at the bottom, and out the top we get circuit boards. We don't need that. That was just something to let us build the lifts onto. We get these all to the same height, then we can make the whole thing stackable, so we can just stick another one on top. You know, the mod dev has put a map shortcut button in the corner so you don't have to click through the info tab. You mean me? A map, yes, this map shortcut up here. Yeah, that's been there for a while. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. It's just the info bar has the labels on it, so I usually use these to show people that, you know, if you're not sure what these icons up here are, they're all here with labels on, including the new photo mode option, where you can go decoupled mode and you can look around your factory like this in VR, which is really cool, and take photos and action shots. Actually, this is a good way to scout it. So I've got all the tops leveled. That stays as an output. I do need to do wiring. So the constructors were already in a blueprint and they've already got some of the power wiring in already, but I do need to finish off wiring those and wiring the assemblers. So yes, this wire here, how am I going to run the wiring between blueprints? It's probably a decent level to run it at this level. So that's at that level there. So I could just run that to there, and that's actually pretty tidy. Oh, not if it's nudged out that way because your controllers drift. In my sense, of course, you don't want flat designs. It's in the Titan Forest, yes. Yeah. I haven't actually figured out where exactly I'm going to put everything. That's more of a wing it in the motion. But I do tend to prefer to building vertical factories in general, and building them in around the landscape and fitting them into the landscape. So we can actually just put that to there. I mean, I could put these wires inside the poles, but I think with these assemblers and the fact that it's running there, that's actually fine like that. Can you already buy a new? I bought a new left controller to fix controller drift in my left controller. And now my right controller has started to play up as well. But they're not the cheapest item, and so while I could have bought a second one, I didn't. And now I'm playing, do I buy a new right controller, or do I just wait and hope the Steam frame delivers in a quick and efficient time frame? I mean, I can still go into the settings and set the dead zone better, and I think that's probably, I keep forgetting to. That's what I should do. Okay, so let's add a bit of this sort of styling to the assemblers. Now, I think ooh, that's not... actually, that's... No, it's half nudged back. It sits back there on the constructors. I think I kind of like it forward. Does it look from this side? I think that's okay. It's also a lot easier if I don't have to half nudge anything. Very vertical blueprints when I stack them horizontally. Yes. I don't tend to use the auto connect myself. I guess you could finish the lift, but some belts then make a symmetrical opposite lift and belt to the bottom. Possibly, because the vertical lifts don't join on, and even if I did have the vertical lifts sort of continue up, they are not particularly good at connecting an existing vertical lift to something like that. That's why you have to build the lift first, and that's the complete lift. Then you stick all your splitters and mergers on. Like you can connect from here, but I don't think you can connect directly from a vertical to a vertical. I think you have to do vertical to some other part and then back again. At least last time I did a build like this, that was the problem. But we'll find out. So yeah, I might be able to do like a lift shuffle and then build into the bottom here. It won't auto connect, unfortunately. One, two, three, four. Do one across the front here. How do we do the constructors here? It's pretty much the same. Powers to 4 manufacturer blueprints, 2 stacked on another 2. And I haven't done manufacturers yet in a vertical, and that's what I'm looking forward to doing in this playthrough. In fact, maybe tonight, because we do have a few blueprints here that take manufacturers. Full aluminium build inside the blueprint. I did a full aluminium build on a Mark 1 blueprint. Was it a full one? It had 2 refineries, or was it 3 refineries? I think it was 3 refineries, and was it 4 forges, was it? Or 4 constructors? No, 4 smelters. 4 smelters. So it was basically a vertical stack of 4 smelters inside the blueprint alongside, I think it must have been 2 refineries. You can't fit 3 refineries and 4 smelters. That was a while ago I did that. Yeah, I do like those challenging ones where you just make a mass of steel and try and make something that is functional without too much clipping. In this build, I'm being a bit more spacious though, spacing things out. No, I don't want to copy that. I want to copy the sign. That's still not copying the sign. I think these are recessed slightly and therefore I can't copy them. So I'm going to have to build a new one. I think they were just the 0.5s. Good old pants color. Yeah, that's the right size. Oh, this is where we need to do the new rotate. Now, if we push that half back, it's going to be... Actually, that's okay. I don't mind that clipping into the barrier a little bit. Kind of looks like it belongs there. Maybe I should put one in the middle here because everything else is hidden. At least on these double ones. One, two, and two. No, not rotate. Here we go. Dual 4 refineries and 6 smelters. Mark II blueprint. Upgradable to 1,000 bauxite in 900 ingots an hour. Nice. Don't mind guys to repair them though. Oh, for the controllers? Possibly. I wouldn't want to try repairing a controller without a spare though. I mean, I could practice on my old one that died. It's just at the drift point where it frustrates me a little bit. It's not at the throwing controller against the wall stage quite yet. Okay. Ah, we need to do these up higher as well. Okay, so that's all the way around there. This one hasn't been done. Yes, I am interested to see what I can do with aluminium on the Mark II blueprint maker. I still need to finish this computers factory, and then I've got the good old heavy modular frames factory to do, which again I'm going to try something different, and I'm going to make it out of oil with a river of screws because I can, and I've never done it before. I've always avoided screws. Like screws with that one product is like, if I can get an alternate recipe that avoids screws, I would in my previous playthroughs. I think screws are less of an issue when you can contain them to a single blueprint. That way you're not merging and splitting thousands and thousands of screws. No screw manufacturing in the world? Yeah, that's the way to go. Hey, don't nudge that way, please. No, that now needs to be nudged back. I did them on that side. It's also fun doing a vertical build when you don't have a hover pack. Sign blueprint for this blueprint. Yes, what with the beams with the signs on them. They're not too hard to do, this particular one. It's just beam with a couple of lights on it. The constructors I did already have as a single blueprint, so that stack of 3 with all the lights on it is already a blueprint. I should maybe make an assembler one like this with just the 2 assemblers on it. Oh, we're missing ones from there as well. Oh, it's a terrible angle. Yeah. Damn it. On here, that'll be better. Yeah, that's much better. Did I have that beam? That beam's the wrong side. We nudge that way. What are all those things in the crater? In the blue crater, we have. I'll show you from the view. From the power tower here. So these buildings here are the steel factory, which is making beams and motors and stators and pipes. There's a really ancient concrete factory down there that I need to upgrade. We have the original coal power station through there, and they're all overclocked to 200%. We have a good old geothermal power generator in the middle there. And over there is the first phase of the plastics and rubber factory, which is using the super duper efficient recycled plastic and rubber recipes. And that's set up to be a stackable vertical blueprint, even though there's refineries. So later on, if I just need more plastic and rubber, I'll just stack them up on that. Now I'm standing on a basics factory, which is making all the basic wire and plates and that kind of stuff. And that's the Doggo Water Fun Park, which I need to put a slide in with some slugs on or something sometime. I've only got 4 doggos here. I've got 3 other doggos that are friendly. I'll need to bring them home. They're kind of up the path a bit. George, 2 iron rebars. I will savor them and use them. And Scratch has got 2 more. Great. You know what's coming later, don't you guys? There's a nuclear hog that I need to deal with later. You think these 2 rebars are going to help? Yeah. They do give me nuclear grenades every now and again, so it's not all bad. And this is a recycling center. So down here, I've got, basically I dump all my animal parts and bits and pieces in here. Do I have any animal parts? Grass, leaves, wood, that kind of stuff, and it spits out this other side as the recycled components. Including if I put solid biofuel in here, along with some plastic, it's what makes my liquid biofuel. So this is my liquid biofuel plant here. Should have plenty of plastic up there, but there's a little extra donation. So it's a series of converters, and that's going the wrong way because of belt speed issues. Ah, I didn't think about that, did I? Yeah, it's fine. So this will, I think that one's plant material, and that one's animal material, and that one's, no, that one's slugs, I think. That's 4. Maybe slugs is the 3rd one. So yeah, and then it recycles all the stuff back down to the bottom again. Yes, that was Scratch. I'm going to save this, which always makes me nervous because it's very easy to accidentally hit clear. Because there's a clear button there. Silicon. Hewitt. Boards. Save. Yay! Okay. We are nearly finished. I was just fixing some lights. Pretty cool, and absolutely love the circular build. Thank you. Yes, I like my curves and my circles. And I was actually pretty happy that the geothermal node is pretty much in the center of that whole area. So it was a good... worked out well having that as the center point with a circle around it, and all the buildings kind of face in towards that circle. And I'll keep doing some other factories around that area because there's still some other nodes in that area that I can use. But no specific plans of what's going there yet. I might just make the rest of the circumference more silicon and plastic because they take up a huge amount of space. Okay, I think that's all the little lights. I think all the power's connected. Now to test this, we need raw quartz, raw limestone, and copper ingots, of which copper ingots I can source locally, but I can get raw limestone down there. There is raw quartz not too far from here, because I'd like to test this before I go out into the field and actually build it in its final place. So let's go get some raw materials. Can you please not forget the directory? So raw limestone is down at the concrete factory. Copper ingots we can steal from here. One of the circular build for nuclear pasta inside the huge hole in the grassy fields. Scrapped it and just built normally. Managed to get the entire thing full from top surface to the death box edge. Oh, okay. In the void area there? I have a friend who's built his space elevator in that void area and has a circular set of drones around it all delivering things. And I guess 100 limestone will be enough. Yeah, it'll be enough. Grab some more concrete while I'm here. Now we have a little crystal factory not far from here. It doesn't have a train station or anything. It's basically just making quartz crystal and silica, just for building purposes. It's not too far. It's funny because you think you're never going to need raw quartz for anything, and then It's an old recipe that uses it, so that's fair enough. So I can steal a bunch of raw quartz from these machines and they won't miss it. The refs and 24 particle accelerators. Woof. 4 levels down to 244. Minus 244. Wow. Very unassuming of the great things happening below. Cool. "24 particle accelerators," yeah. So you're just using the refineries. I'm just trying to remember the recipe. I tend to use the alloys, so I can use copper and iron together to make the amount of copper you need for there. Oh, hello. Or are you using pure copper? That would be a lot of pure copper. That would be a big power bill. Speaking of copper, I need copper to test this blueprint. Speaking of alloys, this here makes both iron and copper in the foundries. I really like this recipe because it's high output, so you can get away with having a lot less machines. So if you are looking to save space, using the copper alloy ingot and iron alloy ingot recipes. Plus I don't like smelters. But you can get a lot of throughput out of using those recipes, especially compared to like the pure recipes, which are just over the top refineries everywhere. Don't really have a lot of space to chuck this down. There are some nasties up there, so hopefully they don't spot us. Copper was the other side, and this is... I don't need a blueprint for storage, I just need a container. Quartz and limestone. Maybe I should have got more limestone in the test. Pure copper, yes. Problem was that I wanted to minimize resources needed. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, it needs a lot of copper. No, not copper. I'm thinking of copper. This is the limestone one. Hang on. Did I put these backwards? Hang on. Oh, the top one's backwards. Okay. Okay, so that should be all the right raw materials being fed in. We just need power. Now, I've run power along the train lines, but only one of them is powered so far. And not that one. So the idea is I'm going to have two power grids. I'm going to have one which is just for transport, and then another one which is like the factories, and sort of have them as separate. So if my factories completely kill the grid, I'll still have transport to get around and bootstrap mining things and such. Those aren't connected fully. That one needs to run a cable up to there, so that's a missing cable I missed in the blueprint. I think. Pretty sure that's not connected. Are they, none, oh, maybe neither of these are connected because yeah, neither of them are connected because I haven't done a full circuit of all the power yet. So let's grab. That's already got 3 coming off it. Okay, that top one is moving, so all 3 constructors are moving. That assembler's moving. That one's moving. The top one is lit. Yeah, missing this cable here. So all the copper is going up there and being split. We have copper sheets coming in from both sides there. This should be all our silica, which should feed into both of these. And we should have an output. Okay, the bottom one's firing up, it's green, and the top one is green. So I think everything is working. Green. Yellow. Why is that yellow? Maybe we run out of copper already? It's possible, because this is at the top of the manifold, so it will get less. Because it was definitely moving at the start, so I think it did get some copper. Takes a lot of copper sheets. I got 10 circuit boards, so that's promising. I'll just wait for each one to build one more, and then I think we can shut it down. Okay, here come a bunch. And there's a bunch more coming from that one. Sweet. It's passed. Oh, and good old vertical lifts don't actually delete from your blueprint. Okay, so there was that missing cable we need to fix. I think I will do from there to there. That way it keeps this kind of open all the way through here. Even if that's not open there. Cool. So that's the circuit board's done, and that's the it's the easy one in that it's all raw materials other than the processed copper. The other ones, like to do crystal oscillators, we also need to do AI limiters first. Let me switch back to the plan and see if my controller is not going to stuff it up again. Just a sec. Alt. Tab. Yeah, this is the problem, and I'm not. It's doing so. Ooh, I've almost got it to work here. You check the recipe. Hey, it's working. Okay, so we do in fact have two assemblers making circuit boards. We have 5.5 constructors making copper sheets, and we have two assemblers at 52.5 each, which makes 1.5 total. So this is the total factory plan. So we've done this bit. AI limiters. So you'll probably do these together. Could I fit them all in one blueprint? It's got two manufacturers in it. That's pretty big. That would be 8 constructors, 9 constructors, 2 assemblers and 2 manufacturers. That's, if I put all of that in one, I think that's going to be a bit squeezy. Plus, if I make a separate AI limiter factory, I can scale that up separately if I need it anywhere else. So I think what we're going to go do is we're going to go out to the site and we're going to build a circuit board factory. We're going to use some local copper and a bunch of smelters, and then we'll grab some crystal and limestone and set up the circuit boards part of the factory. So that's what we're going to do. I can't see what that's alt tabbing to. There we go. I just went Perco again. Okay, should we go to for the oscillators? Yeah, and I'm bringing in the rubber. You reckon? Yeah, the oscillators by themselves are fine, but I don't know if I can fit the oscillators and the AI limiters in it. You reckon I could? Maybe. I mean, we could have a quick try now. I did save it. Again, I don't want things to be too cramped, is the problem. It's 2 extra assemblers and 2 manufacturers, so... I mean, I could overclock some of it to cut down on space. So if we have a manufacturer... I guess the manufacturer can be up a back corner. We've got some room here, don't we? So you could fit constructors along here. I reckon I've got enough to lift this off the ground like I did with the assemblers in the last one. What am I aligning it to here? Let's go closer to the edge. And how close to the edge are we over here? Probably want to leave some room for splitters and mergers. Yeah, I'm going to leave a full... What is that, 4 meters? Yeah, that's half a square, so I'm going to leave that there. But part of the problem is it's not the same scale. I think the problem is that there's a lot less... You need more of the crystal, more of the AI limiters to meet what's required by the crystal oscillators. Let me show you again. See, this is 4 crystal oscillator blueprints to 1 AI limiter blueprint. So we actually need a lot less AI limiters than we do for the crystal oscillators. So if we were to divide this down, it would actually be, if we made that 1, I'm using a virtual keyboard here. We make that just, so this has been making it small. And that's 3 to 4, that's not too bad. Which means 3 to 4, this would be 0.666? No, it'd be 0.75 maybe. There we go. So in here we had 2 manufacturers and 2 constructors. And here we had one assembler. Yeah, that would fit easily, wouldn't it? It's a little bit, there's no huge stacks of manifolds or anything, so that's 2, 2, 2, and 1. So I really need a proper mouse here. Let's see if I can copy that. I'm doing this with a VR controller, so a little dicey. Control V. So then we have our AI limiters here. Actually, no, how do I right click? So we do it that, and then we clear this, which is going to come out the same anyway. So then we have copper coming in, and Caterium coming in. That should be doable. Yeah, that should fit easy, I think. So 2, 2, 2, 1. So we've effectively got 7. Sorry, that's an assembler. Okay. I wonder if we can fit the assembler behind the manufacturers. Two, 2, and 2. What I need is I need this in a window that I can view while in VR. I don't have that set up currently. Yeah, let's work backwards from the manufacturers and see if we can fit everything in. I forgot to see what recipes I needed, because these are alternate recipes, I think. Alt-tab. No, it's not alternate recipes. Hang on, that is, yes. Oops, here we go. This doesn't easily show the alt recipes like my other planner does. I'm not actually mousing over it, so it's not telling me. But it's AI limiters, rubber, and that. I think that's standard, and those are standard. So this is the only alt recipe. It's a Crystal Oscillator alt recipe. Albert Dubois, 879. Hey, how's it going? You must head off for us. Have a good one, peeps. No problems, Russ. Thanks for hanging out. Pretty sure I've already got these ready to pick up. Crystal Oscillators. Insulated? Insulated. There we go. An AI limiter, rubber, and some quartz crystal. I think one of the reasons I picked this is the production rate is higher than other crystal oscillators, so you actually need like half as many manufacturers because it's a ridiculous recipe. If you look at the manufacturers and do the belting below them, so potentially have the AI limiters right underneath the 2 manufacturers centered. Yeah. Then on the other half of the blueprint you could have the constructors for the other stuff. We could put the manufacturers in the middle. I was just putting them over the side here to see how much rest of the room I've got. It might look cooler if they were in the middle. So if I just put a couple here. How high can I go? Quite high. Can you fit 3 in? I don't think you could fit 3 in. But you could easily put an assembler here. like that, which then feeds into two manufacturers. Not Crystal Oscillator. So this is only 1 per minute. And this one is 1.875, so it's nearly double the throughput. You don't need to bother setting the recipe on that because I'm just placing things randomly. On the side, I was thinking 2, then you have the floor clear on this side. Blueprint is French for blueprint. Blueprint. Fair enough. So this was the AI limiters. And then we actually have a blueprint for 2 constructors. So I could just put this 3 times across. I'll start with one in the middle. That could move that way a bit more, I think. That can come up with this position. Stop drifting, you stupid controller. That wasn't the middle because it's a 5 by 5, not a 4 by 4. It was in the middle. Man, it's not even late at night and I'm already making mistakes. Sorry about that. By 5, this is the middle. I think I'm just overwhelmed by how much actual free space there is on this. You make your blueprints from your blueprints. There's a bit of a delay there before it actually loaded in there. So this takes quick wire and copper sheets. So quick wire. And copper sheets. Oh, sorry, that's the one above. Come on, let me edit it. What happened is I finished your power plant half of the generators. You were building a lot of generators, weren't you, Albert? And this one was quartz crystal. You know, those could almost output in this level and then split either way that way. Although I could rotate these around, might actually be neater, because they're kind of square and boxy. It would be nice if this could line up with one of those sets of constructors. See, that way this could come straight in here and this one could weave in here, no problem. It's just with that spacing, how much room do we have here for the manufacturers? Nearly reached the build height limit. Wow, that's a tall tower. That's not the best spacing. That's not too bad. That doesn't line up super nice this side. I can blueprint with 2 stacked with a bottom layer that runs sideways through such that you can just stack it next to each other. The belts on both sides so that you can easily auto-connect. Cool. Quartz. So the quartz crystal comes in here, the AI limiters come in here, and the rubber comes from external, that's imported. Hang on, that was 1.875, which means we want 3.6 something. 3.75, there we go. I'm just going to try and connect this up and see if the conveyors look decent. So that is the right way around. Now this is a merger. I mean, we could bring the assembler this way. It would just mean the output from this set of constructors would have to take a more scenic route to get to the input, but we get a lot more room to our manufacturers. Let's just try this though. Oh no! Oh, you can't have an output that way. Well, that kind of answers that question then. I guess I have to move it across. We're gonna have to have room to fit the other one in. Stop drifting. Again, we could feed it down from above and I didn't have to delete those then. I think we could make that work. We just need a support to attach it on, so this will be more snugly attached to there. Well, I was going to duck out to the field and build our circuit board factory, but looks like we're designing the Crystal Oscillator blueprint first. Apparently there's a mod that has independent vertical splitters. Oh, the vertical splitters are terrible. They really need to fix them. You shouldn't need a mod. That should be fixed in base game. It's ridiculous how terrible they are. Now this one will actually be this way around. It'll be tucked in. Probably there is enough. Hopefully that will fit. And this one will be that position. That height. Is that the right height? No, it's not. Damn it. I'm going to leave those there just in case I need to rebuild that. Yeah, I'm not bothering with auto connect at all. I'm not too fussed about auto connect really. Like, I mean, it's good, it's cool for trains and pipes and things like that, but if you're going to plunk down like a whole bunch of refineries, it's not that hard to just connect them up, really, is it? Did I put that at the wrong height? No, I put this at the wrong height. Interesting. How did I manage that? Probably it drifted. I mean, I'm spending hours making one of these blueprints to put down 8 of them. I think I can manually connect a few conveyor belts between the blueprints. Really doesn't bother me too much. Yeah, okay, that's better. Except we need a vertical... Oh, it's going to screw me over with the vertical again, isn't it? Damn it. Well, at least they're lined up correctly that way. That's interesting. It's not letting me put one on the ground. Tell you what, this being able to nudge stuff into position before building any foundations is really useful. So that's the height to get absolute clearance. I suppose we should actually leave clearance. Stackable blender and manu BP. I've done stackable blenders before, although I don't think I stacked more than one blueprint though, but I have made vertical stacks of blenders before. Blueprints that are a slice of a manifold. It's very cool that I can just slam down an arbitrary number. Yeah, I suppose that would be a use case if you had like a complex manifold that you would just putting through multiples together. Sounds like a good use case. Now I need to somehow manifold this vertically. It's not going to let me do it that way, so that means I probably need to go up again, which is really annoying, but I'm getting used to these nuances now. So we actually want it to be that way around. Yeah, before Nudge, I would have to be building foundations everywhere to put in scaffolding so I could build everything in the right place. I think it'll trickle down from above. It makes me feel like I'm making fluid solutions here. Now the rubber we can definitely feed in from below because that will come from the train and then we'll just feed it up from below. But everything else here we can trickle in from above. So we'll do the same with the quartz coming in. It's coming in from that direction, yes, correct. This was lined up, I think, down this along the line here. Wow, it's given me a stumpy lift by default. That's interesting. Oh, this is going to be hard to eyeball. I think it's actually down a meter. Bingo! Nice.
I admire your optimism, Halo_J, but you only get a participation award this time round. Realm of Russ was the winner. Better luck next time.
So Halo J, you've just stumbled across a new command I added, which was first, but I didn't tell it to ignore anything that came after it. WTF Stumpy by default. That would be nice for normal building. Yes, it would. This blueprint is to make crystal oscillators, which are a real pain in the butt because they produce so slowly. So we are using the insulated crystal oscillator recipe, which is only producing 1.875 per minute per manufacturer, which is just painful when you need a whole pile of them. So we're trying to, this will be the biggest tower in the new factory. It's going to dwarf all the other parts of the factory, which is a computer factory. So yes, I do need to fix that first command so that it doesn't trigger when there's other sentences in the command. Well, I'm using them to make computers, so I need a whole buttload of them to make computers out of, which is why they're being part of the computer factory. Hopefully I won't need too many elsewhere, But if ever I do, well, I've got a blueprint factory that I can just plonk down anywhere to build them. So over here we've got 2 constructors making quartz crystal, then these 2 are making copper sheets, and these 2 are making quick wire, and the copper sheets and quick wire are going to into this assembler here, which we need to actually tell that is building AI limiters. So then we have AI limiters coming in here. We also will bring in rubber by train, so we'll bring a truckload of rubber in, which will go into this as well. You don't say if I go and just make 20 per min mega factory?
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
I don't tend to make mega factories. I make enough factories, which are probably tiny by your standard YouTuber standards, but I don't see much point in making things. I mean, yes, there's a challenge there, but there's not much challenge in just spamming a million refineries that are all doing one thing. So I prefer the design phase of having an interesting design, but this is scalable. So if I need 20 or 40 a minute or 60 a minute, I can just stack a million of these on top of each other, connect them all up, and I should have that output. Haven't done the maths, but the whole idea behind this factory is each part of the factory is modular and scalable. So this, when I put it down, I think I'm making 8 of these blueprints. So it's probably, I'll probably put 2 per side and then 4 up. So it's going to be a pretty huge crystal oscillator factory, and it's going to be outputting 5 for other use, so that'll go into the depot and the train, and then the rest of what it's producing will go into the computer's recipe, which the computer's recipe is really simple. It's like an assembler. Like after all of this, the computers is the easy part. Don't go rich mode when building, middle class. I go not avant-garde. Where's my computer? I haven't picked up the computer recipe yet because it is a new old recipe. Gourmet? It's not about the portion size, you know? It's about the quality. It's about the aesthetics. Computers, computers, computers. I swear I had the recipe here somewhere. I'm blind. Where is it? No, I don't have it yet. I've already picked it. It's like silicon computers, and it's crystal oscillators and circuit boards, and that's it. Where is it? That's what she said. Sorry, doggos, just chucking a building down here. Maybe I haven't got it yet. That will be a bit painful. I do have some spare hard drives. But the thing is that the end part of this factory will just be half a dozen assemblers making computers. Yeah. Did you see crystal computers in the list? Am I blind? One nasty rod. Electrode circuit board. No, there's lots of circuit boards in here. Deuterium circuit board. I've got all the circuit boards. I swear I had it in this list. Not there. Totally not there. Okay, thank you for verifying. Well, Twitch wants me to take a break, which is probably a good time to take a break and have a bit of a stretch. So I'm going to take a 3-minute break, and then we will resume, finishing off the crystal oscillator blueprint, and then we'll run some tests on it. Thank you very much for watching. Back in 3 minutes. Yes, I'll try a reroll or more hard drives. I've got a couple more hard drives.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. We are currently making a Crystal Oscillator blueprint factory to be part of our Crystal computer and circuit board factory. We've already made a circuit board blueprint. And we've almost finished the second blueprint, which was good because I was originally going to have AI Limited with a separate blueprint, but who was it in the chat? Someone in the chat suggested I combine them, and it's actually worked out pretty well. That's from George. Thanks, George. You know I'm going to get hurt later this evening, don't you? Timmy's got some pipes. Who are we missing? So has he given me anything yet? Let's go over and have a chat. Snowy, no, Snowy has. Stop grouping up. Scratch. Okay, Scratch has got some heat sinks. Thanks, Scratch. That might be useful because we might need some more hard drives. Let's just chuck them in here for now. Do not need one copper. We might want to keep the raw quartz because we're going to use that in our test, actually. Yeah, that will do. I've got one hard drive on me. Do I have any other hard drives here? I do. So I've got 2 hard drives. There's also a bunch more drop sites that I haven't raided yet because they are in dangerous territory. I've been over them before, but I haven't raided them yet. Terraria VR when? Isn't Terraria a 2D side-scroller? Okay. I need to do inputs on this side yet, and then we need to connect all the power up. But other than that, I think we've actually put all the right recipes in this time. So if I run rubber over to this side, then we can have all the inputs come in one side of the factory,
your
which is probably
optimism,
easier.
Tony3, but you only get a participation award this time round.
There
Realm
goes
of
my
Rust
first
was the
automation
winner.
again.
Better luck next time.
Every time you start a sentence with the word first, it thinks you're trying to claim first. There is Subnautica VR though. There's built-in Subnautica VR support, which is a bit naff, and there's also a mod that adds full motion control support, which I need to try again now that I've got a new graphics card, because I did play it a bit before, but I think I was using my 2080 back then, and it was not great performance. It was a great mod, yeah, for both Sub 1 and Below Zero, yep. Definitely on my to-do list, my backlog of pile of shame of games that I haven't played yet. I haven't played fully. Okay, so hopefully I can remove this elevator from the bottom and put one facing this direction. Hopefully it'll actually work. I have heard about there are some terrible things, but you know, I've survived poison stingers in VR. Mod name syndrome on the internet, people just don't look up stuff and it's horrifying. The amount of people that come in here and go, wait, there's a Satisfactory VR mod? And it's like, yes. If you Google Satisfactory VR, it's really easy to find. But so, a lot of people, I guess, don't even think to look for it. Like if you're not playing Subnautica a lot, you can say, hey, we need a Subnautica mod, and except there is already one there. So unless you're actively looking for something, it is very easy to miss it. Which is why I think it's cool that if I'm streaming this and people just randomly come in and go, hey, there's a Satisfactory VR mod, I can go, yes. Now these are just going from the ground up, so we don't need to bother with any top stuff for this. Just need to make sure they're facing the right way and leading in the right way. First research later. Yeah, that's the way a lot of people do it. It's great that most VR modders tend to occupy the Flat to VR Discord. Yeah. That's at least that there's one place to go then if you're looking for that kind of stuff, which can help. But being a Discord, it's not as great at archiving things or having reference material. So you might find a discussion channel about something, but not necessarily useful information. Oh, that's in the wrong place. But there is a comprehensive GitHub wiki for the Satisfactory mod, and I actually just pushed an update to it today because I was a bit lax in adding the new rotate controls in, and the multiplayer page was woefully out of date. Yeah, it does. At least the bots aren't crawling Discord. Bet they would if they could. I mean, they probably are, don't get me wrong. I would not be surprised at all. I'm almost tempted to put little signs here saying what the inputs are. Have I done all the conveyors? I think so. Right now I get a lot of questions solvable with a lookup, and at this point I have so little patience I just tell them to hook off immediately. Yeah, sync work in the Mark II blueprint makes me miss it in a new save. Oh, you in a new save where you don't have Mark II yet? This is the first time I've used it. Well, at least this playthrough is the first time I've used the Mark II. I've done so many Mark I blueprints that it's very spacious in the Mark II, I must say. Keeping the power off the ground, I think, actually worked well in the last blueprint, so I'll do a similar style here. And you Mark III and what with that? Isn't that the end of the game before you get the Mark III? Effectively. And then you can't even fit the late buildings on it because they're so huge. Okay, this support is actually going to clash with that conveyor. You can run a high one there, though. Yeah. I mean, I guess that would help you with the last tier recipes if you unlock it first, if you have the materials to unlock it. Hey, that misses. Good. You know, I could actually run that up to there to act as a support. Always hated that logic. Yeah, it's like you get portals right at the end, and you needed a whole bunch of work to actually set up the portals, and then it's good for those who, you know, the end of the campaign is the start of the game, or the end of the tutorial, and then they make their mega builds and stuff. And I know some people who do like rush to the end to unlock everything, and then basically go back and replay the game and build things the way they wanted to the first time. I kind of like the challenge of having technology restrictions. So, you know, I don't have a hover pack. I've only just got the Mark II miner. Sorry, Mark II miner, and the actually that miner I've had for a while, but the Mark II blueprint I've only just unlocked. And it helps add some limitations, which helps creativity. These need to go even higher. Okay, so how am I going to have these floating monstrosities? Do I use big boy pillars? Or do I just do lots of little pillars? Or do I not care? Problem is the big pillars are big. And I don't think we're going to fit them on the other side. I think we're too close to the edge. I mean, I guess we could put them back here a bit. Yeah, see, that's overlapping there. I can't do one there unless I just need to rebuild everything a meter across. Which I could. Do I move everything a meter across to fit in a pillar? Save a nudge? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oops. Before I clear it, I'm just going to make sure that that properly saved, because I don't trust it. Yeah, looks like it. Shadowban tests. Well, I saw your Shadowban test, so I don't think you're Shadowbanded. Although with Google, I can never tell sometimes. Google is a bit finicky with blocking messages coming through. It won't let me. Or is that across? Was it there before? Maybe that is the right spot. I got plenty of room on this side. I might leave a meter here just in case I want power on the outside. Let's build that there. Oh, the whole game pauses. That's frozen solid for me. Wow, okay, maybe I need to restart the game at some stage. Assuming you're good with computers relative to fix something because one can. Hey, Automa. Hey, Futureproof 4, how's it going? I'm going better now that the curse of bad luck has worn off. We started with the stream dying on both Twitch and YouTube, partly probably my fault for leaving a browser in the foreground and upsetting poor OBS, which was chucking a hissy fit. Then what happened? Then, oh yeah, I was using my planner and I zoomed incredibly far because it was I was using a VR controller for a mouse and it wigged out and just went super tiny. And then I spilled coffee all over my play space. Luckily I didn't spill it on my keyboard or my VA headset, but coffee did go kind of everywhere. Other than that, we've had no disasters yet. OBS seems to have issues frequently, but still seems to be the best option. Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny because I run on my main PC, I run OBS minimized, because if I run it like full screen or on top, that's going to hide that thing. Then it's if I don't run it full, if I run it open, it affects my frame rate of the game. But on my streaming PC, if it's not in the foreground, then it seems to have problems. Although to be fair, my main PC is only encoding one stream, and OBS on my streaming PC is encoding many streams. Okay, it needs to be nudged across. PC needed the caffeine. Well, unfortunately, it didn't go into my PC, but it did go all on my feet and the floor. Putting the coffee stain in Satisfactory. So we need to go that high to clear that little thing sticking up, and that little thing sticking up is probably an arbitrary length, so if we don't build above it, the blueprint maker will not snap on the meter. Okay, so that's the height we're going to. I have a question. Completing the habitat upgrades noticed on my left wrist, build options like conveyor belt, remote, miner edge pylon. How do you get your bio-waste machines powered up? I mean, you put bio-waste in the bio-waste machines to power them up. Do you mean onboarding level 5? As in, that is the hub level 5, the initial onboarding. I think so. There's 2 bio burners on the back of your hub. Let me show you. Put waste in the machine, but it cannot run because no power. Bio waste generators generate the power. So what you do is on the back of the hub here, which is floating for me, but there's these 2 here. So you put, you can put wood or grass or mycelia, or later you get biofuel. Hey Rice Munch, how are you going? And then you need to connect a power cable to these. So you have a power cable here and you connect it from your 2 bio machines, or 1 if you've got 1, but later on you get a second one, and later on you can build even more. And then once you put your fuel in here, let me just chuck some fuel in here, then everything else that's connected will get power from this. Now if you flip a fuse, how can I demonstrate flipping a fuse? I'm not sure if I can easily. If you flip a fuse, there'll be a big fuse on the side of your power pole. You go up to the power pole and there'll be a big thing here which has a big switch that's in the off position. So if you stuff up your power, it will blow the fuse. Yeah, so basically go to a pole and then every machine will have a power connector. So the power comes out of the bio burners and then into the machines. I'm not sure about this massive high forest of pillars. Maybe we don't do all of them. Yeah, don't know. No problems, and welcome to Satisfactory. I could put some cross beams in for extra support and colour. Oh, and I've gone too high. Hang on, it just let me build outside the blueprint maker. Okay, that is now all level, so that will stack. Debugging this blueprint, well, hopefully this blueprint will work first go. And for the output of the other one, I think we had everything come down to the ground. So we want that reversed. And then we want merges. Come on, let me aim to the right place, please. Thank you. Now, I'm aware that a Mark III is complete overkill for making less than 4 crystal oscillators, but Mark III is just my default. It is cheap, it is easy, and it's fast for most enough circumstances, at least within a blueprint. And if I need to go faster, then I will add extra belts of different speeds as required. Yes, burners only produce power when needed, not more or not less, which isn't really written down anywhere, I don't think. So if you haven't got anything connected, they will not burn anything. Okay, we haven't connected power yet to everything. So let's run some more power cables. Let's not do that. Probably need just to run it on the outside here like this. I do not know why manufacturers have this bit sticking out the bottom, and I don't think it was always there. I'm pretty sure in one of the early updates they were actually properly flat bottomed, but they've had this dangly thing sticking out the bottom for a while now. I might take this on the outside. I might actually just draw it right down to here like this and run that like that, because that should basically be a concealed wire inside the pillar. Only one block difference height anyway. Dangly thing. As in the dangly cables. Yeah, or the dangly thing under the manufacturers. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm 95% sure it wasn't there a few patches ago. Well, they have changed staff over the years, so the original people working on it have changed. A lot of the coders, I think, are still the same coders. And they're usually, like, that's a minor thing, it's a cosmetic thing, but it's just like, why? Maybe there's a reason, maybe there's a lore reason for that particular one, but no. Okay, let's save this. I think I've got all the wires connected now. Now this is bloody crystal oscillators. whole 3.8 per minute or whatever it is. Grounding rod. Well, I haven't finished putting on supports and pretty lights and things like that, so I probably will put a pillar across that to hide it and to properly ground it, so never fear. They are actively working on the game, but they did take a large chunk of 2025 to work on the console release. So I think they were focused on porting and working on with the porting team rather than addressing specific issues. And a lot of the issues are very minor. And they have had dev logs where they have actually said this is fixed and this is fixed and this is fixed, and it'll be in the next release. And 1.2 is due out this year. They haven't said exactly when. But I'm really hoping that vertical splitters and mergers get some love from the fixers, because they are a bit of a nightmare at the moment. Okay. I think I've wired everything up. Those are wired up. Those are wired up, and all the constructors are. So I think we are ready for testing. So this now has 4 inputs because we combined 2 blueprints together. So we need copper ingots, quartz crystal, which we've already got raw quartz for there, so raw quartz is fine. Caterium ingots, we can steal both copper and caterium from the factory over there, and rubber we can get from the depot. So let's go get some copper and caterium. 1.2, well, okay, so normally when there's a big update, they put it on the experimental branch first. And when they do, the modding team work, and modding community work their butts off to try and get all the mods updated before the actual official release of a major patch. So by the time 1.1 came out, I had not only fixed all the things that they broke, but I had also implemented radial menus and a whole bunch of other features as well. So it was actually an opportunity for me to take some time and add on some other things at the same time. Now, I'm not saying that's every major update, but for the 1.0 release and the 1.1 release, I did have the mod working before they had the stable release out. Because usually it's on the experimental branch for a couple of months, or at least with those big releases it was. I'm not sure about this forest. I might just make some big beams on the corner. The big beams go up. But let's test if it functionally works first. I'm going to get run over by a train. I should have left that power pole there that I had before. That isn't very laid out very well. Quartz, and then this was copper. Yes. I didn't grab much copper. Oh, yes, I did. There's another pile. And then rubber. Let's grab some from the depot. And this was caterium ore. Yeah, I was wondering if that would fit. Hey, that one was quartz. And it's alive. This is not working. The elevator is not properly splitting. That one is, thank goodness. Oh, look at that. I'm not going to be able to reconnect that. Although I reckons I can. This is as I said, I think rebuilding the lift attached to it is going to bust it. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to do it. So that one needs fixing. Those two are fine. I'm not sure what I did differently there. So I'm going to be under on copper sheets because those splitters are not working. Quick wire's coming in fine though. What happened to the rubber? I didn't put the rubber in the container yet because I didn't. I think I hope get some low-vis building on the half grid. Well, you can nudge half a meter, so you can do it. And in fact, a lot of the machines were changed to have their clearance to be sort of half meter clearance. So when you put two together, they're half and half, kind of. Okay, that's coming in too good. So crystal oscillators are being made there. Crystal oscillators are being made there. Now this, did I rebuild this one down here? I don't think I did. Now let's build a container. I mean, these are really slow. It's going to take half a minute, 40 seconds per one. They don't snap on the half grid. Yes, you always need to nudge them in, which I'm actually fine with because I usually nudge all the things. I don't know how we can fix, actually, can I? See, that looks like it's attached to the vertical lift. Oh, it's used all the copper in this machine, I think. Okay, we're out of copper. Well, we should still get some crystal oscillators out the other end. 4. 4's good. Does only make them at one at a time. 5, okay. I think that's what we're going to get for the resources we shoved in. Okay, well, we need to know we need to go fix that lift. So let's go over here and see what's going on. It looks correct, like it's going into the splitter. I'm pretty sure I built it exactly the same way I built all the others. Okay, so I just rebuilt it. Actually, that's a question. Are there any console players who play this on console who are currently watching? Because I am wondering if some of these big bugs are already fixed in the console version, because the console version is actually ahead of the PC version at the moment. I'm not going to test the whole thing again. I'm just going to test the copper input. Sorry, that Z fighting's bugging me. Let's see if a quick fix will fix it. Yay! So yeah, if you build a concrete pillar on the middle of a foundation like this, and then you delete that and then rebuild it, attaching it to the concrete pillar, it actually moves it up ever so slightly. Oh, that's still flickering on that one a bit. At least the big patch is gone. So sometimes that can quickly fix your problems with Z fighting. You know, I only need 83. I probably only need 2 just to make sure they split properly. Yay! Yep, okay, that's working. I'm going to leave those there because this is probably going to be a frequently used blueprint testing spot. Okay, so I want to get rid of these forest of pillars. I don't like the forest of pillars. So I think if we do some fat pillars on the outside and then just have these thin pillars for the area that the constructors are in. Is that above the indicator? Yes, it is. Vertical splitter don't delete with... No, the vertical lifts do not. That's one of the bugs. It's not a huge bug or a showstopper. It's just really annoying because you delete stuff and stuff is still there. So I really need a big pillar on the corner here. Unfortunately, that's not lined up with that. And if I nudge it in, it's going to cover up too much, I think. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that it's out by 1 meter. It's going to mess up my power connectors a little. Probably should have deleted those other pillars first. I did. That's on the line. To make it a black box module, fill it all with concrete. You could. So we've got more room over here for, but we don't really have a big fat one where the assembler here is, but we've got some room here. I reckon we could replace that with a fat one and that'd be fine. Maybe put it there. That's funny. It's yellow as you build up, and then when it gets outside the blueprint maker, instead of turning red, it turns blue. Nothing is being said. Now that would probably keep going. Yeah. That one's going to remain smaller in that one, so this is going to be not quite lined up. But we could actually make it a double length one, double width one. Hang on, down one, across one. Oh, it is across one. It's there. Okay. Oh, there's still a gap. Dropping frames on your side, or is your internet just shit? The hell, all good here? I think it's okay. Okay on the preview. Let me just check. Take my headset off, check the stream stats. Looks to be green. I think it's okay here. Now my headset is loose. Okay, apparently I'm having my dinner served, so I'll be taking a break shortly. Just be your internet liking the upside down bit stream. Okay, ads are in 10 minutes. Okay, that's reasonable timing. So now we have big pillars on the main corners, so when we build vertical, we won't feel too bad about stacking things on top of each other. And all the conveyors and assemblers down the bottom have extra supports. That thin one, I might chop that off. I mean, there's only one assembler, so technically the assembler doesn't need any support. So yeah, maybe I just take out the supports from the assembler and put some more heavy-duty crossbeams along the bottom. Sorry, it took me a few seconds to get the Australian joke there. Okay. Let's add a bit more detailing. Yeah, the joke, it does get a little old. Like, some Aussies embrace it. Others just like, oh, I roll, not again. But that's fine. I'm not going to kick you out or anything for it. Okay, so it's really only the assembler that's going to have these little beams across like the other blueprint had. And I just realized actually what I could do is I could delete one of the beams off the constructors. That will let me copy the sign. Because these are nudged back into the beam. So technically they hover on the outside of the beam. That's actually supposed to be across one. You're disappointed? Yes, totally disappointed. New Zealand is upside down. WA, watching is just plain wonky. Okay, I had to think about WA there for a bit because I am also in WA. I'm in Western Australia. Well, it's not quite centered, but we won't mention it too much. Now here, I might go the metal because those are effectively metal beams here. So maybe we do metal pillars across here. I might do a half-meter one here, just so it's kind of lined up a bit better. You did mean the WA event? Okay. No, I don't think you did. I'm pretty sure you were talking about Washington in New Zealand, weren't you? Yeah, who drew the map that way up? You know, I don't mind that the map is that way up. What bugs me the most, is a pet peeve of mine, is when this game is releasing in fall, which you figure out is autumn, and then you figure out is actually not when it's releasing at all, because autumn is different here. We have different seasons, okay? You know, it's releasing in winter. Oh, good, that's in a couple of months. We'll have it in a couple of months. No, it's not. It's actually the end of the year. Yeah, they need to say fourth quarter, or yeah, say, or a month. I suppose they don't want to say a month, but saying which quarter of the year would be good, which is, I guess, what businesses do. They say, release their quarterlies and so on. So yes, we are in blistering summer at the moment. We've been having 40 degrees Celsius heat lately, and it is going to hopefully cool soon, and we'll get some nice autumn changes, and all the leaves will fall off the trees, all that good stuff.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
New Zealand does
Please
get
seek shelter.
left off the Mantelli sometimes, so this does Tasmania, but we leave Tasmania off the map sometimes. Okay, this one along here I'm not liking so much because it's kind of cutting in there. We'll put one in there to cover up the hanging down. I realise I need to do this up above as well. Let's just do one of these beams along here. Dinner is served. That's very good timing. Because we've got a Twitch break as well incoming. So I should probably stop this and take a break. Trees that lose leaves in winter. Never encountered that till I was an adult here in WA. Yeah, we have Christmas in July, which really confuses things as well. But that's just an excuse to have Christmas when it's cold over here. But some people do actually celebrate. It's just an excuse to have turkey and things in winter here. There's no presents or Father Christmas or any of that rubbish. Well, any of that seasonal joy. It's just an excuse to have a party feast. Okay, I'm taking a break here to have some dinner. I'll be gone about 10-15 minutes, and then we will finish the little bits and pieces here, and we might actually make it out into the field and start building some of this factory and wiring it up to real resources, which will be exciting. Thanks for watching, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Alrighty, we are almost back. Apparently the ad break has another 20 seconds or something on it, but I don't know. Does anyone actually get the full 3-minute ad break? We don't tend to hear in Australia. We get, sometimes they go for a couple of minutes, but usually not the full 3 minutes. So, hopefully I'm sharing the right screen here. And you're seeing the Satisfactory modeler where this is the blueprint we've just made. Or at least we're just doing the finishing touches of it. So this is a blueprint to make 3.75 crystal oscillators a minute. We have 2 manufacturers. We have 6 constructors, 2 making quartz crystal, 2 making copper sheets, 2 making deuterium wire. Now we do need to balance these out. We haven't actually clocked these correctly. Now this is part of the bigger factory plan, which is here. Now we no longer are making AI limiters separately, so we can delete that blueprint and then we can just connect up those resources there. So that actually simplifies our factory design, which is nice. And we all made a circuit board blueprint earlier in the evening, so it actually kind of finished all the blueprints we need for this factory. The actual computers are using a blueprint we don't actually have yet, an alternate recipe. And if I mouse over this long enough, it's going to tell me, no, I'm using a VR controller, so the mouse behavior is a little dodgy. But this is the plan. So we just finished this one. So we're just going to tidy up this blueprint and then we can start going out to the site and actually start to build this factory, but we do still need that extra alternate recipe. Let me just switch back to the game. Adblock takes most of the ads. Does Adblock work against the Twitch ads, does it? I mean, I have uBlock Origin and it doesn't work against... Maybe that's why I have such short ad breaks. Maybe half of them get cancelled. Now before we finish this, I'm just going to pop down and check the man because we did send some hard drives processing. And the winner is not the one. That's okay, we've got one more hard drive, and then we could do some re-rolls, or we could go get some extra hard drives. There are plenty out there that are in the area where we're building, in fact. They're just in the territory with a lot of nasty creatures as well. The constant battle at that moment does cool. Okay, so sort of simplified the pillars here so we don't have such a forest of tiny pillars going up into the sky. I think well, we won't tell how good it works until we stack two on top of each other. But until then, I think this is good enough. Now, let's tweak some ratios here. We need 25 copper sheets coming in and 100 quick wire, which means we need 50 of each quick wire here. So this is 90%. Wow, did I just... no. 50 over 60? No, that's the percent. Yes, that's right. Okay, and copy settings. $83.3333. Fair enough. Okay. Yes, there's a calculator in there. Is that what you're AMTing about? You can put calculations in the clock speed. You certainly can. You can also edit both fields here, but editing the target production rate is a little flaky. I'm not sure if it's a VR mod bug flaky or if it's a base game flaky. So editing the clock speed is more reliable. And yes, you can put full formulas in. It calculates the number and stores the number. It doesn't store the formula, but it is very handy. So 25 per minute copper sheets. So this is 12 and a half each. Let's try it. Let's see if we can end 12 and a half here without it not working. Sometimes it works. That has the that has the number, but hang on, we need 25 and we've only got 20 per minute coming out. We haven't underclocked this. We did underclock it before, but we needed to rebuild it. Okay, phew. Thank goodness for that. Thought I was going a little crazy there. 3.75 per minute is correct. So we actually only needed 75 quick wire per minute. So here we could do 75 divided by 2. Yeah, it doesn't like that field so much. So 75 divided by 2 divided by 60, and if I hit percent, it should times by 100. There we go, 37.5 per minute. Copy settings. And I've already forgotten what the other number was. 18.75. Yep, most fields can take a math expression. 18.75. So we need 18.75 divided by 2 divided with the normal output, which is 10%. 9.38 per minute. 9.375. Copy. Paste. If you didn't know, the search option, also you can put in calculations here. So if you wanted to do 45 times 3, 135, it'll tell you the math expression. So you can plug any math expression you want in here and it will actually tell you the answer. So this is really good if you want to do some quick math without having to, alt-tab to a calculator app or anything like that. Now these require 18.75 quartz, and there's 2 of these, so that'll be 18.75 per constructor. $18.75 to 2.5%. Okay, so now everything should be perfectly balanced, so we should be able to run at 100% efficiency. Oops. Did we finish putting signs on? No, we didn't. That's why I left that there. Calculations are in the base game. Yes. The percent is a button feature because it was real painful to manually do percent math with the VR keyboard. So I found myself doing brackets around the whole thing and times 100, and so I just added a button to do it. I mean, on a normal keyboard, it's much easier to type things really quickly. Might put a few signs along here. Just 100% for magic. Well, it wouldn't be hard to make a mod that does it. But you'd have to get someone else's mod. I mean, I could write that mod if I really wanted to. You know what? I'm just going to space these out like this. Just realised I've got a whole other machine I need to put dots on as well. Okay, so maybe I don't do these. There. Let's actually get out further. Yeah, that'll do. Moors Turnip, hello there. Nice to see you streaming again. Thanks, Moors. How's it going? I don't really know before Wine God's name is that alt crystal recipe have 3 decimal places in the item bin. Welcome to later games and alternate recipes. And that's the point. If you've got a calculator, it doesn't matter how fractional the number is. You can just type a formula in there and it'll just pop in. Oops. One possibly was actually in the middle. Doesn't look like it's centered. The exact number need to match another machine at like 2 to 1, or it's just a completely arbitrary number, which is why we've had to clock these and all different things. So like this one is 83.3%. I think the other one over there was actually 83.3 as well. This one's at 93.75, and the assembler down here is, 3.75%, all so that we can go into 2 of these, which have these ridiculous numbers. And yeah, this is the base number of the Crystal Oscillator output, 1.875. The base recipe, 1 per minute, nice and even. This is just, yeah. Alt recipes are not as clean cut. Oops, I wanted to zoom. I don't even know if that's the right height. No, it's not. Hang on. Okay, that is a half an inch. Just checking. But both of these are wrong. Don't delete the rail by accident. Still cursed. It's a bit. You know, I doubt real life production numbers are particularly even or nice. Oops, not there. Yeah, okay. I was trying to line them up on the one below, but it wasn't lining up particularly well, so just put them down evenly. That one in the middle. That's fine. At least it matches now. Infinite more granularity in production speeds and timing. I mean, you can get very granular timing in this. I can't sample that because it's embedded. We haven't actually put pillars there. That's what beam, okay. Nope, that's on the roof. When I have 7.5 times 8 equals 15, which is perfect. You want to feed 10 manufacturers making radio controlled units. Obviously. Yeah, as far as odd numbers, that's not a particularly odd number. No, it's still a fairly decent ratio of something. Okay. Oh, we haven't quite got all the dots there. And there was a cross beam to hide the dangly earth thing down here. Let's just zip that across there. That doesn't need lights. Okay, I think that's done. We've tested the power, we've tested the logistics, we've fixed some problems. I think we're good to go. Four corner pillars. Yeah. Worked out okay. I mean, we just have overflow go into sinks and various other things anyway. So, I mean, you can perfectly balance your factory. And this is kind of made to balance, but also this is also made to have output go to the depot and the sink. So we don't need an exact number at this point. It would be nice to have one big overclock panel for a blueprint and say overclock the entire thing one way or another. That would actually be really useful. Because, you know, it might be nice to take this and say, right, overclock this to 200%, so it would just double everything. That would be really useful. 75 pulse nobelisks a minute. You can't throw 75 pulse nobelisks a minute. Okay, oops, I need to delete that. Did we finish fixing the beams? Yes, we did. And switch on the directory again. Okay, I did hear the MAM ping earlier, so let's just pop down and visit the MAM and see if we've got our recipe we need for computers. Not that I think we're going to get to computers tonight. I think we're going to be plenty busy building all these other things. Concrete and molded beam. I swear I've already seen this recipe before. Oh well. I'm not going to re-roll. I'm going to go get some more hard drives because there are lots of hard drives out there. I just need to take some of them. I think one might have been that, one might have been that. Who knows? Let's just take some of them because we can. These are all doggo delivered, by the way. All of these, I mean, some of them are from crash sites. But other than that, everything here has been donated by doggos. Don't need that many empty canisters. Let's top up on those just in case there's a crash site that needs those. Okay, we do not need that much quick wire. In fact, we don't need any quick wire because we've got it in the depot and we don't use it much. Okay, I got extra beams, that's good. I got my coffee mug. I do have lots of barrel nuts, so that means I should make more inhalers, which actually could be really useful because I know there's some locals that won't be too happy to see me. Any protein here? Oh yeah, we got tons of protein. Hey, 10 inhalers, that'd be useful. Time to hire the Luftwaffe. I want to keep the trees standing. Although pulse nobilists do very little damage, don't they? They just mainly send creatures flying. It's the other explosives that hurt a lot more. Let's get rid of that. And let's actually put those in our hands because I had used the last one apparently. Speaking of ammunition, do I really have 10 rebars? No wonder the doggos were giving them to me. 2 doggos gave me 2 rebars each, so they must have felt pity for me. We're going to need more than 10. Although I do have some pacifiers that I'm hoping will keep us out of combat. I mean, I can whittle a nuclear hog down just with normal rebars. And I could use normal nobelisks, or I could take a nuke out, but... At this stage of the game, I'd rather wait and do it later with heavy artillery. Right. Let's check on these guys before we go. George. Don't really need those, George. Timmy's got some nuts. More nuts, Timmy. Again, foreseeing my pain. Snowy, yeah, also good preparation. Scratch. Heavy modular frames. We're almost up to that factory. That'll be next time. We've got a computer factory to build first. Okay. Now there is one more thing I want to check before I go. Ooh, that's something I should check. Actually, I can get more fuel out of the depot. The recycling here, when it makes liquid biofuel, it prioritizes putting it in the depot there, so I never run out of fuel while I'm out and about. What have I got in the way of smelter spam? Oh, fine, I'll build it manually. There goes my inventory space. Okay, smelter blueprint. What do you look like? Okay, yeah, that'll be easy to spam 4 times and we'll have 12. I think we need 12 point something, but I'm not going to make more than 12. I can just overclock 1 or 2. We can plonk that down, no problem. Right, let's get going. And I do have a menu here. Number 3 or 4, where is my train? So yes, as mentioned before, we're off to the Titan Forest, because that's where the location I've picked is set up. Heyo, relax, how's it going? We have been busy making factory blueprints ready to make our computer and circuit board factory, as well as crystal oscillators by the dozen almost. You have to model the interior. So this interior, train interior, is a separate mod made by someone else. It's a mod called Train Interiors, funnily enough, and it's not included in the VR mod. But I've made it so it works with the VR mod, so I put the VR dashboard in here and set up the camera so you correctly go into the first person. So you can use this mod just when you're playing flat as well, but I do highly recommend it if you're in VR as well, because it's a really cool train immersion thing to be driving around in the first person. Urgent care need to remove. Hang on, there's an intersection coming up that if I miss it, I'm going on a full loop. Here we go. So I added a circle route cut off across there to stop trains going the complete way around through the Titan Forest. Moved the boot to use the catwalk yesterday. Ah, cool. Hope to dive back in standing VR this weekend slowly. Cool. I'm sure the catwalk would be pretty hardcore exercise of getting back into it, wouldn't it? Yeah, diving might not be great. Can I just park this train here, or am I going to interrupt things? I should probably delete my train. I really need like a walkway here too. Okay, so this is where the quartz nodes are. So the factory will be kind of around here. I haven't figured out exactly where I'm going to plonk it. And there might be probably, I don't know, crystal oscillators over there and the main computers here maybe. Or I could build something up on there. Haven't figured that out yet. There's also a plateau up there, so we could build something up there, but I haven't actually thought that too far ahead. Also, there are a lot of doggos here. There are 6 just sitting there. I haven't tamed any of these guys. They're wild. I'm tempted to make like a little pen locally just for this batch of doggos. Build it in the trees. I could build it around the trees, but I've just made a blueprint that doesn't wrap around a tree. So having an actual factory wrapped around a tree would be a good future challenge, but I don't think I could do it with blueprints unless I took the circumference or the radius of the tree into consideration when making a curved blueprint. That would be challenging. So we're going to start with copper. Copper is where this begins, and copper is that way, and the limestone is that way. So I could make the circuit boards over this side potentially, or even up the top there. Although we need deuterium for lettuce as well. The circuit boards actually need everything. No, the crystal oscillators need everything. Circuit boards don't, so we could build them up here. I happen to know who lives here, so I'm going to get out a little something. Now, this is my normal bunker for being safe myself. I've made a variant, that is not the variant, called Cage, designed for holding greeblies. The trick is not to be seen by them first. Having a mineral deposit right there does not help. Did I get him? Or did he wander out while I was building? I think I got him. That's probably right where I need to build the factory. Your name come up this week. I forget why. Russ said you got some particular game, maybe? Yes, how did Russ know I got the Walkabout Mini Golf? Yes, here we have the nuclear hog, the most annoying of the hogs. Yes. He hasn't even actually spotted me yet, but he's already pinging me with his radiation. I don't know how Russ heard. I don't think I mentioned Walkabout Mini Golf, but I have Walkabout Mini Golf on Quest, and I bought it. I bought the full bundle on Steam VR because currently, and I hope if it's still on sale, I recommend people go check it out. Walkabout Mini Golf, what do they call it? The hole-in-one bundle is currently on sale for 60% off on Steam. Now, given that I'm oh, I forgot about you. You're annoying too. Not as annoying as the nuclear hog. Hole-in-one bundle basically has every course that they've created for Walkabout Mini Golf, including the very latest. It's got the Tiki Golf included, and it's currently 60% off with that and the base game, which was $70 Australian dollary dues. But for that much game, that's really good value, and we play it regularly with my family and friends. Where did that spitter go? I would be interested in playing some mini golf with some other people sometime, so depending on when you're playing time zone wise, that would be really cool. That's the first copper node, and there's 2 more over there. Pretty sure this one's pure. And this one is probably all we need. Yeah, that's pure. Where'd that spitter go? Did he circle around to try and come up behind me? Ah, there he is. This one's one of the more annoying spitters because he spams fireballs and they're explosive. So if he just misses and hits behind you, you can take a lot of damage just from the splash damage. And I really need to wash my fuel. especially since I didn't get any more fuel. Oh, that was close. That was in close to me cratering. Russ is there, so it works with Western Australian times, that I'm guessing is several hours different. Yeah, Russ is 3 hours ahead of me currently, because they have daylight savings and we don't. But yeah, ping me next time you're playing if it's in a time zone that I'm compatible with, and if I'm available, I would be interested in jumping in. Because we've been playing a bit less often with family, so it'd be nice to, you know, lose against other people. I'm wondering if I even need Mark II miners here. Maybe for the copper I do, but I don't know if I do for the limestone. Where's the limestone? It was that way? Right there, next to Mr. Nuclear. He's firing out the hole at me, isn't he? Not very successfully, but he's trying. So when I'm placing a miner, first I just put down some foundations snapped to the world grid just to get a world grid height alignment first, and then I figure out angle after that. Giving points for the attempt. He looks cute. I don't know about cute. Like, I tried to get a photogenic screenshot of him for the thumbnail before, and he's just this mash of green glowy angriness. It was hard to get a clear picture of him. I mean, we can zoom in on him. We got the new photo mode. Ding. How close am I with camera mode? I don't have a flashlight on the camera though. Apparently the camera can't go through glass. He does look a bit sad, doesn't he? Well, he shouldn't be so aggressive to people who are paving over his home with concrete. He's sulking. Okay. Wow, this one actually lines up to the 10-degree mark of the world grid. That's useful. I want to line it up to run sort of where the limestone is. So if I run directly that way. I don't think I'll build the smelters here. I think I will build them over that way, closer to the factories. So yeah, we probably do want to run right where Mr. Nuclear Hog is. It's a fairly concave crater for putting a mine in. I guess that kind of makes sense. So once we've got the miner with the angle we want and the line we want, then we can use a road barrier, and if you hold down snap, you can snap this dead center to the miner. And then you can get your foundation, and you can then attach your foundation to the barrier, and with a bit of nudging you can get, depending on how much area around you want your miner, you can put it all on just 2 slabs of concrete, or you can do more. But the point is that concrete is perfectly aligned and centered to the miner, which means it's not going to line up with anything else. But that's fine. So now we can kind of figure out which way we want the conveyor to run. That was actually a pretty good guess. And we're going to go right through the tree, which is not ideal. I'll just run basic power poles. I don't usually use basic power poles in final builds. They're usually just what I use for the initial connecting of everything up. And then I'll use wall mounts and more custom poles later on. Let's see, is this going to run smack bang into the back of my other miner? Probably. See, this one, stop pinging me with your stinky radiation. Okay, this one is actually going to line up. What? Oh, that's his little brother. There. Too late. Actually, I wonder if I could get the nuclear hog to charge off the cliff. That would be useful. Now that I put that there, do I want it at that angle? Okay, so the main factory is this side. Oh, wait, now we got stingers. Gee, I'm a rotten shot there now. Bad boy. Wow, that missed. I don't think I've hit him yet. This is why the doggos were giving me 4 rebars, because they knew I was going to need more. Oh, he's bugged out. Where's he gone? He's out of the rock. Got him. Breathe again. See, as I was saying, not the most peaceful location. I think I do want to rotate that miner. Time for stand up, no problem. Nope. I really should put the miners on the quick path so I don't keep doing that. Oh, I'm full of junk. Thanks to animal bits. You know, I'm going to get more animal bits. That's the problem. If I delete them, I'm just going to get more. I do not need that many sheets. Look, I only need these temporarily. And I do not need any of those. Someone did that redeem, didn't they? Well done. Well done, Dimitri. You know, I was thinking, would I actually fall for that? Very good timing. Very good timing. Congratulations. Scared the crap out of me. Yes, I would. Apparently. But coming straight after an actual attack, I think maybe more on edge and wary to it. Is this the angle I want? That certainly did make my heart jump. Where am I going to slap down these smelters? I think I'm going to slap them down somewhere up here. Maybe just this area here. Because that's kind of like a natural pathway, whereas here it's a little bit raised and out of the area. Timing with him being in the inventory. It got me good. Well done. Now I'm jumping at everything. That bird just scared me. Okay, so if we come straight from there at that angle, I think that's what the angle we'll use for the factory. I'm gonna have to chop some of these trees down, I think. I reckon I could do it a meter lower too. Which I might regret later. Those rocks I don't think you can blow up, and if I go a meter lower, that rock is probably going to be worse. Although I can build foundations on top of it and hide it. Yeah, problem is with this low, yeah, I'm going to have to go higher. Nope, the original height was better. And we can try blowing up these rocks, but I'm pretty sure they are not. But more things are than used to be, so... Nope. Cleared some of the trees out though. Which is probably better on my inventory than using a chainsaw. I mean, the limestone actually isn't coming in here. This is just the copper coming in here. So the limestone will run alongside this or around it. think this tree in the middle's got to go. Okay, copper, smelters. Now normally I would use, as I was saying, I much prefer using foundries and the alloy recipes, but there is no iron near here, and I'm not running iron across the countryside just for a minor savings in resources when there are multiple pure copper nodes here. I remember the spacing on this one. Okay. As usual, I've been playing with my VR graphics settings to try magically improve things, to use virtual desktop Snapdragon mode. As I understand, it's still like DLSS fit inside the headset. Well, the virtual desktop has a number of different settings. I do use the synchronous space warp setting inside virtual desktop. I can't show you, but let me load it and check what it's called. So under the streaming tab, currently I'm using VR graphics quality high, which is about 2400p. I have the frame rate set to 120 FPS, and then synchronous space warp I have always enabled. This is my Satisfactory settings. And so basically, because synchronous space warp, it's basically a frame doubler. But it takes motion into consideration. So by having that always on, the game effectively tries to render at 60 frames a second, and it's pretty decent at maintaining 60 or close to 60 FPS, which means everything works reasonably nicely. There is also a sharpening setting in virtual desktop. I think I have that set to like 50% or 75% or something like that. That's not essential. That's backwards. Pretty sure I need to nudge these ones. No problem. Nope, that's backwards. Okay. I think I could actually fit all 12 smelters on a single, maybe not all 12 on a single Mark V, but not Mark V, Mark II blueprint maker is what I'm trying to say with the words in my mouth. Everything smelter set up. It is pretty compact. It's also a little more stylish. It's compact without being too clippy. Like it is. They actually spread out more than usual, so there is actually a gap between each smelter, so you can cram them in a lot closer. So this is actually less compact than some of the other blueprints, but in this playthrough I'm trying to add a bit more space between the machines, so you know someone technically could come through between them and do maintenance work or something. So there is actually space in here that you can come in here if you want, and I actually need to, because I need to connect belts, because I don't have this blueprint set up to do automatic belt connections. Partly because there's really not much belt between each join. This is also an odd design choice in that the input and the output are both at this end, so you actually feed in the copper in there, and the copper ingots come out the bottom. So it means you can keep stacking that way, and your inputs and outputs don't change. So I think I built this one for the Versatile Frames factory, And it just means you can stack them that way and you don't have to bother with changing the logistics at the end because all the logistics is at one side. That's what I thought. I don't actually have any solid fuel on me, but luckily I shoved stuff in the depot. I'm trying to decide if I want to move it across 2 meters. Because this is lined up with the limestone and then we don't actually need the limestone. Actually, it should probably go 2 meters the other way. So let's bring the copper over here and connect it up. I guess it would have to be a boiler design when you think about it. Since it uses solid fuel. Yeah. What, chopping up the solid fuel with a little burner inside? Okay. You know what? I'm going to switch to the master plan quickly because I can't remember how much I need of anything. Okay, we need 370 raw copper. Okay, it's quite a lot. We'll fit on a single belt though. Into 12.3, so we need to overclock one of them by a third. And limestone is 78.57. Woo. 370, 78.57. We actually might need another node, maybe. 78.57. Come on, back in VR. Mark II is 120. No, it is 240. Okay, 370 is not going to be a problem. All right, it's pure and it's Mark II. Yep, got it. I'm catching up now. At 360. Damn it, so close. Hey, worked entering in that field. I think some machines work differently than others. It's a bit weird. Okay, so that's all the copper we need for the current thing. This factory is designed to scale, so we can easily come through and pump out some more copper later on. But we do need to make these Mark IV belts. Oops. Do I care about the plant? I think I'll just chop it down. Okay, why does the lift care about the plant? I think I need to start from this side for straight mode to line up properly. That tickles! Nope. I have to do it the old-fashioned way. Actually, why don't I just curve it? Curves solve everything. He's glaring at me. Interesting thing, Dimitri, is though it would be a painful gameplay if you didn't get the chainsaw until the liquid biofuel, because then you don't need it. The chainsaw makes the early gathering of leaves and woods tolerable. So yeah, chainsaw runs off solid matter. Yeah. Solid fuel. That's not the right height. The purpose of the chainsaw is to get enough mycelia for a parachute. That is a valid use of it, yes. But you can get enough just getting the little bits, but the chainsaw certainly makes it easier. That's still not... Is that level? No, I don't think it is. I think that's still not level. Yeah, that's an extra meter higher. What's it, half a meter? Did I really do a half meter? That's got to be a whole meter. I wouldn't do that. Wrong one. Yeah, that's level. Okay, so where was that power pole? I just realised I haven't set any of the recipes on these, and they are defaulting to iron ore. Okay, why is that red? Did I not connect it? No, I did not. Copper is connected though, so the copper is coming in. They're just such rattly machines. I think it's the sound that annoys me of these. Okay, now this blueprint came with Mark III belts, so we actually need to upgrade some of them. That's probably enough. That end. Oops. This is copper for the entire factory, so I actually probably don't need this much copper yet. But you know what? It's done. Four divided, no. 4 divided by 3%. Okay, so we have the raw limestone, we have the processed copper coming out here. So, what next? Circuit boards were next. Circuit boards required silicon. And well, that required everything. That required some caterium. Did it? No, it didn't. I have a terrible memory, by the way, if you haven't noticed. Which is why I use planner tools and I write it all down. Okay, yeah, it does require silica, but not caterium. So we need one of the quartz mines at least, and we have the copper sheets. So we need to make the copper sheets are in the blueprint. We do not need to make copper sheets. We just need silica and copper sheets to make our circuit boards. So copper will come from above. So the circuit boards, we could probably build them back here. We could build them kind of, you know, along the cliff face there. Or we could build them up near the ramp here, because we're not really using this path. Where does this path go? It looks like a nice road. Oh, there's another doggo. Okay, so it's a nice little path. Might want to use it. Oh, and there's a stinger. Good. Yep, you can get up that hill. Go on. You can do it. He was about to jump. Oh, he's a little buddy. Come on, little buddy. You can't jump. that's the size of the factory, and we can vertically stack it. So we probably can't put it here because it'd hit the tree. So we probably need to have it here or up here. Up here is probably good. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be level. So if we use this area as sort of the bounding area, and then we can build up huge from here, and we're not going to hit any Titan trees. See, now I'm waiting for someone to do the redeem. I'm paranoid now of the redeem, not actual stingers. That tree's going to have to go. We might be able to keep this. Yeah, I heard that. See, I instinctively jump, but I was ready that time. I'm always going to jump just instinctively, I think. Yeah, that's just grass. Oh, I said soup. Yeah, I was waiting for that one to come after too. See, I think I'm going to jump at that one less unless I'm actually working on power things. But thank you for testing those for me. We might need to chop that tree down. I think we can keep those trees. Now, that's an input. Anyone remember what that input is? I think that's the copper input. Which is useful because if the crystal comes on the other side, that'll come in from the other side. Let me actually just rotate it. Crystal, and there's two inputs there. Ah, is that the output? Anyone remember what this blueprint does? That is an input, and it's going to those stacks. I'm just going to build it and see. Have a look. Next time I wait till I get to the nuclear and then do the power redeem. Yep. Nuclear black start are a real pain. I'm hoping to avoid a nuclear black start. I reckon I can do a pretty staged power up of nuclear. I reckon. Not that I've ever done it before, but I'm going to try and do it in stages. Okay, so copper does indeed come in this side. Nuclear is probably a while away too. I don't think I'm going to be getting in there quickly. And this is raw quartz and the limestone is used here. Okay. Pity the limestone didn't come in from the same side as the copper. But that's fine. I'm surprised your rocket fuel started up without any problems. It has been 100% since. Rocket fuel is easy mode, even compared to turbo fuel. Like, I had a massive turbo fuel build and I converted it to rocket fuel, and it was one of the smoothest transitions of any changeover. I mean, yes, I had to go through and manually flush 200
Grimwolf
plus.
_0834 just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Grimwolf _0834, and welcome to the channel.
Grimwolf 0834, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I had to go through and manually flush out most of the the old fuel from the turbo fuel plants, because unless they're fully clear, it won't take the new fuel in. But other than that, it was a really smooth changeover. You know, you can take all the pumps out because the gas doesn't need pumps. It's beautiful. So maybe I put it that way around. So the copper comes from there and the limestone can run along here. I think that's probably a good idea. How is this going to line up with the actual squares? Okay, that is on the line both front and back. Never thought I'd see Satisfactory in VR. Cool, cool. It is an amazing game in VR. And if you've got a VR setup and a decent computer, I highly recommend giving it a go. It is awesome. I think that's where I'm going to build it. And now I can go snap. How do I do it? Blueprint snap. I need to get above it. This doesn't have auto connect because it's vertical stuff. But I can just keep building this up. Oh crap, he got out. He got out. Oh. That's the problem with those cages. Oh, he's going to be a pain in the butt, isn't he? I always go to Alt-Tab and look at the plan, and now I can't because there's a nuclear hog harassing me. Well, he's stuck down there, so let's come over here and finish this bit off over here. And then he comes back up and gets us again. I might actually have to fight him. You know, if I fight him and kill him, then maybe there's enough actual machinery around here that he won't come back. Nothing but hope. Did Nitro Rocket such a tiny factory? Yeah, yeah. Platform is 480 gens. Nice. Yeah, I think that's the one you sent me screenshots of, was it? See, I can't build something that wide. If I'm doing that many machines, I got to build vertically. You got to have towers into the sky of that sort of stuff. This actually would have been a good blueprint to feed things in from above, since the source of most of the materials is actually coming from up here. Go away! Where was that copper input? Oh, actually, the copper input was way down here. Actually, yeah, so I'd have to redo that entire manifold to feed in the copper from above. And I can't be bothered doing that. So we'll just bring it down here or somewhere. Did it flat because I wanted that water feature? Ah, yes, there was a very fancy water feature. That suited the factory well. I might do a sneaky tunnel. Hello, George. I'm just going to call you George. I don't know why. I've already got a doggo called George. But then again, don't you call everything George? I think we just make a resource sky bridge straight across here. Herman? You want to call him Herman? I probably won't remember a name like Herman. You can call him Herman. There are quite a few of them around here. They like hanging out by the train station and sneezing all over the rails. You know what? Let's just put him back in the cage. That way he can have his little tanty and might ping me with his radiation, but at least anyone's not gonna shoot his goo at me. Until I get out of range, and then he'll respawn somewhere else. So quartz and limestone. Okay, so this is limestone. Thanks. I like my cage blueprint and my bunker blueprints that I make. They're great for exploring. And this will be limestone. Okay, so if the copper is there, no, there was one back, damn it. Was that maximum height? Or was it not quite maximum height? I just realised that these need to be Mark IV. Actually, they don't need to be Mark IV everywhere. This particular factory doesn't need all the copper. So we will have to split some of this copper off and send it somewhere else, and I missed the landing. Bugs Bunny reference? Yes, thank you. Someone got it. Which is what the Yeti calls Daffy Duck. He'll hug him and kiss him and call him George. That's correct. And that was my first doggo name as well. At least in this playthrough, it was the first doggo name. Now, don't get these two mixed up, kids. It's limestone on the left, copper on the right. Remember that. You know what? Let's keep that tree, so selective chainsaw, single mode. Maybe I shouldn't have done this quite so far. Maybe I need to bring this back. Or maybe forward was enough. No, that's still a meter too high. Okay, so limestone on the left, copper on the right. Copper on the right facing who? And they're going to be backwards here. Of course they're going to be backwards here. It would be easier to rearrange them down below, assuming we don't stuff up the vertical lift. That's in Doctor Who. As in facing this way or that way. So on the here, limestone should be on the left, so we should actually have them swapped around. These are not the right way around on this side. So I could either do some upsy downsies, or I could just rearrange the lifts at the other end to be different. It's probably easiest and neatest. Or I could use this vertical space to swap them over. I think I'm just going to swap them over down below. Is he out? I'm getting awfully pinged by radiation here. Oh, I'm just right near the cage. Okay. Oops. Not what I wanted. For some reason, conveyors are the hardest thing to actually aim at. You know what? We left space here for logistics, so we can just run this along here and come out the other side of the copper. I think that's too far out this time. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, that was shrunk. That's what she said. I'll probably redo these lifts. So I like the idea of actually running them along the ground and sort of doing a tunnel through the rock over here as sort of a feature over here. So at the moment this is kind of neat, but not permanent. That's not straight. So we need the crystal fed in, and then that should be it for the circuit boards. Other than maybe doubling it, but if we just get one of each of the blueprints in place first, then we can work on scaling up to the full size later on. So the crystal nodes are all over there, I think. I don't think there's any on this side. 1, 2, 3, yep, all over that side. I could run it straight along the train line, but I don't think that would be particularly neat. This is a normal node. Let's just rebuild that with some foundations under it. Cool, that lined up straight. Do I want to recenter it on the miner? I think I do. That's how we've done all the other ones in this build. So let's be consistent in that the miner gets its own custom foundation lined up to the miner itself. It only makes laying the output conveyor much easier if you have a straight line from the miner. So this will come across and under here. I think we're hoping to keep that tree. I'm a little wary because there's a whole pile of logistics that need to come under here for loading trains as well. So I think if I run it over here, because the other mines are around here, there might be some merging we need to do. So further this way is probably good. And I might actually want to put a splitter here. Because I don't think all of this crystal is going to be used by the circuit boards. These mushrooms are fat. I click behind them. Don't be scared, little doggos. I'm just paving over your home with concrete. I just realized because we lined this up with the miner, it's not going to line up with here very well. So let's actually redo this a little bit. We need stuff to line up. I do. I like it when it lines up. Straight mode is great for resolving this kind of odd angles, though. Again, I probably will rerun a lot of this logistics later. So this is kind of a semi-neat. That said, you know, temporary is halfway to permanent, was the saying. Actually, we have a saying at work, is like a temporary solution is good for 6 years usually. I do need to kind of run it this way. I suppose I could bring it out this way. Probably could actually run this along the ground here, or at least run it at this level here. Straight mode is irritating to run straight lines. It is. Yeah, it is. Oh no, it's straight through the tree. I want to keep that tree. And I'll go along here a bit. Oh, that's messy. Who put these pillars here? Okay, so there is a rock directly under where I'm trying to come out here. I'm also paranoid to delete this and rebuild it because vertical manifolds are a bit of a pain in the butt and often very buggy. But I should be able to go like this. As long as there's a gap I can fit that in there, I don't need to rebuild the lift. This is an input, right? Yes, yes. There we go. Now, interestingly, we have power to the station, but I haven't provided any power down here, and the station eventually we want to be on a separate power grid. So I'm going to connect some power up here, because I know that's also directly on the power. That basically goes out to another coal power plant out on the coast of the Dune Desert. Okay, that's got power. So is he still in his cage, or do we reckon he's respawned somewhere else? A bit fair distance away from him. There he is up there. He's moved. Let's see, another one. Maybe there's a second one. You don't run one humongous power grid? Well, currently I do, but it's not humongous. It's actually fairly small because it's only 2 coal power stations. But the idea is we do actually have some geothermal power as well. And so the graph is a little wavery at the moment. but still well above what we're actually drawing. And this is another reason I don't want to use too many refiners. It's because refiners are power hungry, especially when you need to spam them because they're so inefficient. So by doing that, is there 2 of them? Or did I miss him? Is he the one I killed before? Sorry, let me just take care of this dude. He's actually more of a threat because he spams a lot of fireballs at range, and the fireballs actually do quite a bit of splash damage. So if I ignore him, he can decimate me pretty quickly. You do not want to be face to face with a nuclear hog. Maybe he slipped out just as I built it. Or maybe there's multiples because there's a drop pod there. He is in the cage. Now we'll see what happens. Now what was I saying? Oh yes, power grids. So what I want to do is I want to have all the geothermal power source on a... put it all on a separate network with a whole pile of batteries, and have that power all transport, all trains, hypertubes, all that kind of stuff. And then have the other power stations and all the factories on another power grid. So if the factories die or the other power stations die, I will still have transport to get around, and I will be able to hopefully have enough backup power to kickstart whatever power source has died, be it nuclear or other. So that's the concept. But I'm not far enough into the game for it to really matter, so everything is one power grid. But like the train lines has 2 cables down it, so the idea is that one of the cables down the train line will be the transport power grid and the other one will be the factory power grid. Okay, is this actually working? Oh, we are getting some stuff in here. Hooray! We finally got the circuit board factory online.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
I can't remember if I meant for that to be Mark 1, but it actually looks kind of cool with the copper sheets going up that slowly. It is 10:30. Okay, so we do have an ad break coming up, but it is getting pretty late. So let me just take a break. That's the thing, is there a safe space I can take a break here, or are certain critters going to harass me? Tell you what, I'm going to take a break down here, but I am also going to hide in my own bunker. Off to the side. Make sure nothing can get in. Now, can I get in? I don't know. But there's a handy roof entrance here. Okay, so as long as I'm up against a wall, nothing should be able to attack me, theoretically. So I'm going to take a 3-minute break, and then after this, I mean, maybe I can expand on the circuit board factory tonight, but I don't think we're going to have enough time to do the next slab of factories, because that's going to take quite a bit of while. Anyway, taking a short break. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we are back. Sinusure asked, how exhausting is 5 hours in VR? 5 hours in VR, I actually don't find very exhausting at all. I find 5 hours standing and talking exhausting. Now I should be showing you the planner. Yes, let me just show you the planner here first. So this is the plan for the Silicon Valley factory for the first round. So yes, we do need 2 of these circuit board blueprints. And later on we'll be making 4 crystal oscillators. So I'll do that next stream, maybe tomorrow night. And then we still need to get the recipe for this, which I thought I already had, but I don't apparently. So I need to do a little bit of hard drive running to get some more hard drives for that. But I think tonight I'll build the second circuit board on top because it's stackable. And then I think that will be enough for tonight. But yes, I stream standing up most of the time, so I'm sitting down now, but let's stand up again. So this whole stream I have been standing up pretty much the entire time. I find standing up gives a more natural head motion when I'm looking around in VR, at least that's the hope. If you're sitting down, you tend to use the synthetic turn a lot more, I find. So at least I think standing up I can move around a bit more naturally. I do have back problems and muscle tension problems, so standing for 5 hours in general causes me problems and back pain. But the actual wearing of the VR headset, I don't have really any fatigue about doing this. Funnily enough, I think I get less eye strain in VR than I do normally. I am normally, I think it's long-sighted. Basically, stuff close to me is fuzzy. Apparently, it's something to do with getting older. So normally I'm using glasses in front of a computer and then everything at long range is blurry and I have to take the glasses off. But in VR, the VR headset has a focal length of about 2 meters. So actually everything is clear and I don't have to do any... My eyes get an easier time of trying to focus on things at different distances because the focal length remains the same. I'm using a Quest 3. Now the default Quest 3 is not very comfortable. I am using a custom faceplate. I think I'm using the AMVR faceplate. And I am using a AliExpress headband called the Gomer VR headband. It's not a Bobo VR. So my headband is a Gomer VR headband. And it's a Halo one similar to the Bobo one, but it has this padding at the back that kind of hooks in under the base of my skull, and it gives a really comfortable fit that, I don't know, it's just really comfortable. And the Bobo one has different padding at the back. They have sort of like this cup. This one has kind of 2 side things. It's like butt cheeks that sort of cup your head. It's really weird. But it is super comfortable. So I can just take the headset off and put it on fairly quickly without really having to readjust it every time. It is a super comfortable headset arrangement. So yeah, the VR wise, I'm pretty comfortable for most lengths of time. I did do an 8-hour stream. I think my first stream in this playthrough was an 8-hour stream. So I use an app called Open Kneeboard. So I'm using OpenXR because UEVR runs much better with a Quest 3 with OpenXR than SteamVR. SteamVR either have a blurrier picture and worse frame rate. And there's not a lot of overlays for just OpenXR native. So I'm using an app called Open Kneeboard, and what it does is it mirrors the picture of another app. So I've got another app where I have a dashboard. So over here where you can't see, I have a list of chat on the left, and then I have some status indicators that says my mic is on and the VR footage is stabilized, and I have preview videos of the Twitch and the YouTube streams here. So as long as I'm paying attention, I can see when the stream stops working as well. I need to make the chat a bit bigger because it does go past very quickly at times, especially if people spam big long paragraphs. But it works pretty good. Now your name, for some reason, is Grey, Sinusure EPR. Now, do you know why your name is Grey? because in my overlay it's grey on black and really hard to read. And probably, yeah, in the chat on screen, it's really hard to read. And I'm really curious why you're a sad person. There must be some reason. Is it a setting you've got? Because most other Twitch people, I don't know. Maybe it's just given you a random color and you've drawn a short straw. It is customizable. You can change the color in Twitch. I mean, it's fine if the chat has a a lighter color background, but in the headset chat, it's dark grey on dark. I also have, so I can press the Quest 3 button, and I also have the Twitch dashboard in a browser here, so I can access the full dashboard if I need to, as long as it doesn't time out, which it does occasionally. And it's also really painful to use with a VR controller. But I can get the full dashboard in a browser in the headset. And I also have another browser dashboard, which is where I have my controls for changing scenes and things like that. So there's a lot of moving. Oh, look, Dimitri 3's gone purple. Red is also pretty hard to read in my chat overlay for some reason as well, but just this guy I can read fine in orange and green. Those colors are fine. Yeah, I wonder, maybe your account just defaulted to grey? Oh, that's much easier to read. Yeah. It's Satisfactory, EPR. Welcome. Hello, how's it going? So, we were avoiding nuclear hogs. It may or may not be still in their cage. And we're trying to finish a factory here. Well, one wing of a factory. Wonder if that hog's still there. Yep, he's still in his cage. Good. So now we can stack another blueprint on top to double our throughput. Now we can use the blueprint snap mode, so that should just snap on top, and that is obviously the wrong way around. That looks better. I think that's matched up. I could actually nudge it down because there is going to be a bit of a gap in the middle here. It's not really needed, so I could lower it. Maybe not. I mean, I could go that low. Sure, let's try that. Now, if vertical splitters and mergers and lifts work properly, I should be able to delete that and build a conveyor from there to there. But it doesn't work. You can't do that. What I can probably do, and it's going to involve terrible clipping, is put one of these on there like that. Plug that in there like that. And there's terrible clipping there. So I will have to rebuild this and move it across. Actually, lining it up with the pillar would be good. I'm not going to worry too much about that tonight though. But we do need to split our limestone here. I wonder, can I put one of them on there like that and just have it sit there? Like if I delete that and connect it, it won't connect. But can I just go like that and then do a really ugly bridge like that? That's working! Okay, so that's ugly, but it is a way of joining floors together. Would floor holes make extensions easier? Actually, yes, floor holes might do the trick. I'm going to get this working functionally tonight, but experimenting with a floor hole. If I put a floor hole there, I might be able to go from hole to lift and then hole to lift. And Dimitri 3 and Just This Guy had the same idea at the same time. I do need to experiment with them more because, yeah, the vertical splitters and mergers I know in general are dodgy. Like if I connect to that to there, yeah, will that work? Oh, that's gone up there, which also works, I guess. And my headset just went blank. There we go. So that's actually all the inputs in. I just need to connect power, which I can do very easily just by bridging the floors here. So now the second half of the blueprint is online. Almost never use vertical splitters because all blueprints and factory layout was defined before they were a thing. Yeah, same. This is the first playthrough I've had since they've sort of been a thing. And I think they're actually less buggy than when they first released. But yeah, that's part of the reason I'm kind of trying all this vertical manifold thing in this playthrough. But yeah, I might be able to put a hole, because I think if I build straight from there to there, how brave am I? I'm just afraid if I delete this, it's gonna not let me rebuild it. I mean, this is the output, so I guess it doesn't matter. Let's try it. Okay, so there's a hole. So can we build from there down to there? With these, you have to rotate at the angle you want before you put the build in, and these were facing outwards. You actually need to rotate it that way. So here's the bit, will this work? Going from... No, I can't even connect one to there. But can I connect from there to there? Nope. It's stopped. Deleting that top one, I can't build off it. And that's the output. That's the critical one. So I think in the blueprint, I need to put the hole as part of the blueprint. Okay, so how do you make them vertical? I don't even know that was an option. Aware of? I guess I will show you in a sec. I'm happy to answer questions and demo for people. Surprisingly, the precursor mod vertical splitters were less buggy and easy to work with. Yeah. I think if I include the floor hole in the original blueprint, it's just safer as a buffer. That way I can redo things as I want. So the way you do a vertical splitter is, first of all, you build your lift first. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to rebuild this because I'm going to have to either rebuild this or rebuild the entire blueprint anyway. So let's rebuild this. Maybe I don't have to rebuild the top. Maybe I'll get lucky. So the first thing you do is you build your lift in the right way, and you want it to face the right direction. So we actually want the output at the top. And my headset keeps popping out. Maybe it's getting tired. In this case, actually, I can do it from there and come down because that's a hole and holes are nice and safe. Now I could rotate this and have that there. Oh, look, I'm a ½ meter out. I made the classic blunder of using a 1 meter one. I wonder if that affects the problem. That would be ironic if that was the problem. Anyway, down here, bring this. You put your lift in first, and the safest thing to do is actually overshoot where you want your splitters and mergers to go. So usually when I was building this blueprint, I'd start from the ground, I'd place it manually, and then I'd put the lift up in place that I wanted it like that. Then you get your normal old splitter, or in this case, this is a merger, so I'll switch to merge. And then you just move it up and down. Now you can rotate it so it aligns, and if you're lucky, they will actually line up with the machines you're connecting them to. And if you're lucky, they'll actually work. Okay, that is going through the hole. So we should be able to rebuild this fine. Again, you have to get it the right way around first, otherwise it will reset on you. So theoretically at the top, if I just run that down there, yay, that's working. The hole is a bit ugly, but it's probably less ugly than this, if I must be honest. Let's actually do that properly and stick it in a container. Just making sure it's attached to the right spot. Hang on, gotta physically rotate. Where's my chat gone? I've lost it. Neat. Can you stick a splitter over the hole to cover it without affecting anything? I mean, it's... Wow, that's interesting. It makes the splitter go sideways. Is that what you meant? I don't think that's what you meant, is it? I wonder if that functionally works. Problem is you can't stick them on here and then nudge them into place. They have to. Yeah, that's cursed. I mean, I could put like a pillar sticking out here and going over the hole, sort of as a brace or something like that. But probably what I would do is make this hole like right on top here. So if the hole is directly above here, so then you have this, then the hole, and then the run above, so it would look like it's just part of the top of this one. I'll have to experiment with that and set up, adjust the blueprint with that in it. I mean, we could try it now in the blueprint. I don't need sleep. I don't know why I'm putting these in a container because we don't actually have anything that needs them yet, but we have circuit boards. Hang on, nope, it's broken. It's broken. What broke it this time? Did I go from the hole upwards last time? Hang on, that's actually attaching there now. Yeah, I think something could work there. So, we now have a factory producing circuit boards. I can't remember how many. 12 and a half, 25. We are making 50 a minute. That sounds about right. And the idea is that 30 of those will go towards computers and the other 20 will go into a train and the dimensional depot for crafting purposes and that kind of stuff. So there's some yellow lights here I'm a little suspicious of. Am I short on something? Start, all the copper needs to be Mark IV. The two outputs can be Mark III, but at least needs to be Mark IV down to the split. Okay, that would have been fine. So that should now flow through. Anyway, I'm going to not bother fine-tuning it right now. I'm going to head back home and start wrapping up for the night. So there we've got it. So this evening we've made a couple of blueprints. This was the first blueprint we made, being circuit boards, with a continuing the vertical factory design. We have deftly avoided dealing with nuclear hogs through a cage blueprint so that we can steal some copper and some limestone from their home. And if I come over here, he's probably respawned and going to attack me again. This is where we first captured him. Oh, he's behind it, so he respawned behind it. If we're very lucky, we might be able to put a cage on his spawn point, but I've had mixed results with that. Excuse me. That's a little factory. We can build up much higher than that. And we've avoided hitting the Titan trees, so it's fit in nicely in the neighborhood. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I like the verticality too. I always like verticality, but normally I'll build like a flat floor and then I'll have another flat floor above it. Just a second, I'm gonna have a drink of water and I'm facing backwards apparently. Oh. Okay, Joshua Gawain 9111. I have found they will only respawn if the cage has an open roof. Really? If you close the roof, they don't respawn? Because there is a bit of an open roof I've got in the top of the blueprint. But there's a nuclear hog near home, and I don't know where he's gone. He actually appeared in a completely different spot after a while. It was a bit weird. So we're going to catch the train home. Because we've got this lovely train line, so why not? So next stream, I'll hopefully sort out some of those connection issues. And we will start building the Crystal Oscillator factories. So we've got this Crystal Oscillator blueprint here. We need 4 of these big boys, so I'll probably do 2 to the side and then 2 up again. So we'll do 2 blueprints high. We might need a lot more of these in the future, and this is probably the biggest blueprint because these things are slow as. But that's a cool blueprint that we'll put down and make into a factory next time, and then we might even get a chance to slap down some assemblers and actually make the computers that we're trying to make. It's spawn from the top down at an exact location. Ah! Alright, I have a little hole in the top of my cage. So you're saying if they respawn, unless my hole is exactly on the spawn point, they will spawn on top of the cage and then run away. That makes sense. Actually, that makes a lot of sense because I've had factories where the roof has just been covered in beams because they all spawn from the top down, so that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that. Yep. So if I'm making a cage, I really need a much bigger hole in the top. So I need to... That's if... Ah... That's going to make it really difficult to do my... Oh no, I can do it that way. Because I was going to make a nuclear tour guides in the swamp. But my idea there was to have the whole facilities in glass tunnels, but keep all the stingers and creatures outside in the wild. So that will still work because they're on the outside and we're on the inside. There's another nuclear hog. So I have a captured stinger here. So this guy I haven't captured yet. But on the right here, there is a dude. Oh, I'm going to overshoot. I don't know if you can just see him. That's way too high. Right there, I have actually managed to successfully capture that stinger there. He's always in there, so I must have got lucky with my small roof hole and exactly got in the right place. They will not spawn at all if they come in contact with any builder or foundation. I think that's originally what happened to my hog. Why they spawn in caves? Where did that train come from? I had a green light. I think I just narrowly avoided getting run over by another train. I need more signals along here. Definitely something that needs a bit more testing. And the cages are mostly temporary, just to keep them out of my hair while I do the build. So here is the station which is delivering parts to my space elevator over there, where I have a circular mold where all the parts get built. We haven't quite filled that up with everything yet. Well, actually we haven't even got close to filling it up. We've still got several more existing factories that we need to connect the train line up to deliver parts to it. Here we are back into our home area where our hub is. I'm just going to hop out here. Okay. What's this guy? I believe they also don't spawn in the vicinity of power. Yes, yes, exactly. Once the factory has grown, they won't respawn. But that's only if you kill them. So if you don't kill them, they should still be there. It's just they don't respawn, right? So basically I need to rebuild the tops of these so that instead of ending in... Oh no, that one's an actual internal one. Instead of ending in this here, they have a hole on top. Or instead of ending in that, they have a hole on top, as in a hole that is actually connected to the rest. That way it will actually work when I connect other things on top. 14 gigawatts of batteries. I like pins that add a living quality to an otherwise empty world. Pins? That's your friends. It's difficult to find friends with the same gameplay vision. Yes, yes, definitely playing multiplayer can be challenging. It can be a lot of fun if you find the right people, though. Yeah, I like having some of the creatures alive. I like keeping the trees up as well. I don't think I'm going to mess around with these holes right now. I think I'm going to leave this here tonight because this is going to be fiddly and I'm actually really tired and I'm not concentrating as hard as I was at the start of the stream. I'm tempted to actually put a hole on the bottom of these as well rather than this here, although that will mean that I'd have to go under to bring things out. This one's probably fine. Although if I put a hole on top, I could take it off and connect it upwards, perhaps. Have to experiment with that and see what actually works and behaves when stacking factories. Because it would be good to have a reliable manifold for blueprinted factories stacked on top of each other. Okay. Now, I don't think we had any hard drives pinging at the moment. No, we're all done. Still trying to get that elusive computer recipe, silicon computer, that I thought I already have, but apparently I didn't. Which is really odd because I swear I went through and checked everything here. So I'm going to need to do a bit more hard drive research to get that recipe. Creatures respawn if they travel too far from home? Yes. I think if you travel too far from them, they despawn and respawn as well. Of the tree in the lift hole. Which lift hole was this? The tree over there? Oh, the tree in the lift hole down here. Yes, that was my attempt at a very small pot plant. Yeah, actually, what I could do is you could do maybe add some round beams to the corners. Oops. No, it's going to have to come from up above. Maybe? Add a bit more texture around it. I've also got upstairs. I've got a more. Has this one got a border around it? Yeah, this one's got the bigger tree border around it. So this is a bit of a small tree for this sort of border, but this one I did as a blueprint. So you'll see like a tree over there which has it, and there's a tree down there, sort of as a feature to cordon off the tree and give it a bit of a surround. Right, okay, thank you very much for everyone who's tuned in. It's 11 p.m. here, and I started at a reasonably early time, so I'm pretty tired. I would like to continue this tomorrow night, because we've got most of the blueprints ready, and like we're making good progress, so I think we could get a functional computer factory going tomorrow night. Thank you very much, Halo J. You too, you have a lovely weekend. Everybody have a lovely weekend. Let me go to the goodbye outro screen. Actually, let me save the game. And we managed to get circuit boards online. Done. Saved. Cool. Okay. Let me wait for my headset browser to slowly load so I can change the scene. And done. Okay, I'm going to see if there's someone to raid out for the Twitch people, YouTube people. I'll leave you to it. Have a good weekend, and I'll see you in the next stream.